Hello. Hi, hi. Sorry, I feel my throat just like throw up for a little bit. Hello. How you doing? That was the weirdest hello I had in a while. Look. I can explain, right? I can explain. So last night, also I hope you are doing good. Welcome in. Last night I went for a little shopping, yes, and I went for a big shopping actually, and I bought some alcoholic drinks. As you guys know, I've been mentioning that I don't really drink alcoholic drinks. I don't, but not until yesterday, I found something that I love, which is kind of weird. Thing is, I got to try it out before I bought the whole thing, right? Before I bought the whole bottle, I bought one bottle, pretty much, and before I bought that, the store clerk is like, "Hey, you want to try out this one?" It's like, sure, because the clerk eyed me for a little bit. It's like, you've been looking at that for a little bit, and it's like, okay, so I tried it. It's not just pure alcoholic bitter, you know what I mean? It's like it tastes juice-like with a hint of alcohol in there, and also just very soda-like, but it's alcoholic drink. It's I have it here right now. I'm drinking it currently, actually. So I don't know. I might be a little drunk. I don't know. I have very, very low tolerance of alcohol. So yeah. Oh, I will drink, but not. I'll drink water first. It says here 4.5% of alcohol in this. How much is this? It's like a small bottle. Oh, 4.5% of alcohol in 330 ml of beverage. So I think that's quite a bit, to say the least. That's quite a bit. Let me drink first, real quick. All right. Yeah, so an interesting night last night was. Very interesting. And now I have this one right here. I'm drinking it. Which is also why the hello I had, I feel a little off. I don't know why. It's just I don't know why I hate that single hello so much. just a few minutes ago, that single hello. Oh my god, why? I don't get it. But yeah, it's quite interesting, yesterday. And also Monday, I took like a self-care day. I not just lying on bed the whole day. I decided to try to play the games that I used to enjoy, a lot. Because I don't know why these days when I'm not streaming, I just what was I saying again? Shit. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I self-care day. I try to play the games that I wanted to play for a long time, for most time, when I'm not streaming, right? So I've been playing Back 4 Blood. I've been playing Divinity Original Sin 2. The game I used to really enjoy, and yeah, that made me feel pretty good, not gonna lie. It made me feel like, hey, oh yeah, because the thing is with me these days, I just feel like I don't feel like doing anything when I'm not streaming, which is a weird thing. to do considering that I don't really stream for a whole day. So here's the thing, when I don't stream, I don't feel like I want to do anything, and pretty much ended up me just like, watching YouTube the whole day. It's like, yeah, that's kind of terrible. So I took that Monday and just like sort of try to like regain the little motivation that I have. Well, motivation to play games that I don't, motivation to play games when I'm not streaming, that's a weird thing to do. But at least it's not just me watching YouTube the whole day, just like sitting on a chair, not doing anything. No, that's even worse. At least when I play game, it's a step forward, right? It's a step forward, and slowly I want to get back into doing art again, because again, I have this a very toxic conundrum of myself, right? This is bad by all means, right? This conundrum that I'm gonna explain soon is by all means terrible, and yeah, so maybe overthinking when tipsy, opposite of my behavior. Probably, I don't know. Okay, so the thing is with this conundrum is I want to draw good art, like art that is, when you look at the art, you go like, wow, oh my god, that is a piece of art, that is amazing. The art that can wow other people. But at the same time, I'm not drawing. At the same time, I'm not creating art. So it's like, it's a weird, it's a weird and bad conundrum on me, because I don't want to do art, but I want to do good art. What is this, right? What is this? It's bad, and I feel like I'm starting to get jealous of other people again. So it's best to address that and look at it and say, no, I have not been doing art. They work their ass off. They artists, they work their ass off to create wonderful paintings, wonderful art, in whichever form it is. They worked hard, and I'm not working even as hard in terms of doing art, right? So yeah, so I figure maybe Sunday next week probably that I want to get back into art again. And with that being said, I do kind of want to do some emote art first before going back into like 3D stuff again. Yeah, I do kind of want to do some 2D art first. So maybe let's start this Monday. Probably. I need to do it. Sorry, next Monday. Yeah, next Monday. Gonna try my best. But for now, it's all about hacking Baldur's Gate 3, baby. It's all about Baldur's Gate 3 today. Yo, Sammy!
Ooh, shiny!
Shiny! Hi, Sammy! Welcome in. Oh, also, I totally forgot. It's August 31st. It's a day of heckin' a public holiday in Malaysia. It's a Malaysia Day. Yeah, Malaysia Day, public holiday. So that's why it's like this morning when I was driving around, it's like, a lot of Malaysia flag is being stabbed everywhere. On cars, on houses, on buildings. It's like, cool. And then I look at the calendar, it's like, oh. Oh, it's August 31st. No wonder there's so many Malaysian flag just all around the place, because it's a huge day. So yeah, an interesting day to say the least. I forgot that today is a public holiday. Go through art. I'm gonna slowly get back into it. Like I do art. I do. But I'm just so lazy, and then every time I look at some other people's art, this is bad by the way. I look at some people's art and just think like, oh god, I cannot do something like that. I suck. You know, those kind of mindset is coming back to me, crawling into my brain. So it's like, maybe I need to stop thinking about that and try to at least create something. So yeah. And of course, now that I don't need to spend as much time trying to help my family with the shop closing stuff, I have more time for myself. So yeah, someday I'm gonna do art again. Yay, yay. Although I do kind of want to do 2D art first, like draw some emotes before actually going back to sculpting. Although I do love sculpting, I just kind of want to create some emotes for myself. It has been a while. Also, I hope you're doing good, Sammy. Oh, it's hidden. Okay. Bowler's window. Okay. Disabled physics. Okay. Actually, what if I... Oh, wait a minute. I can make the game looks even more dog shit? Hey, yo. Well. This is it. This is perfect. I didn't know I can make the game looks even more dog shit than this. Yo, we take those. Let's go. Know the feeling. It's hard to get back into drawing and arting. Yeah, it sure is. It's just... I did mention that any art is art because you pour your heart and soul into it and into creating your own unique pieces of art, right? I did say that before. It's wonderful, but also at the same time, it's just kind of hard not to compete with other people because, you know, internet very accessible. And of course, artists out there, you know, posting their art are very accessible as well. So I can't help but look at them and then compare it with my own. It's like, you know, you know what I mean? The And then what comes after the well, it's all just like a bad brain. You know, bad brain, bad, no, get down. No. Oh my god, this game is amazing. Holy shit. What am I looking at? Oh, the things are slowly loading back. Oh, wait, let's go. Oh, there it is. I love my PC so much sometimes. It's so good. Everything looks like dog shit. I cannot even look at them. Oh god, it's so great. Holy shit. Did I aid? No aid. Wow, shit. Bad brain feels.
Alright, what now?
Now, this is the quality you guys are looking for, right? the quality. I can't even look at the map. What is this? Oh god. The map is actually blurry as fuck. I cannot see. Oh no. Okay, I'm sure everything is fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. Uh-oh. Hey, oh. Oh. Corpse Rose? Yeah. Frost Salamander? Tongue? Ayo. Wyvern Stinger? I haven't seen a single, like, reptilian representative in this game other than, you know, some kobolds and one single dragonborn that is myself. Little upset. Little upset. Ooh. The words are so hard to read. Request the ingredients as per your letter, including the purple worm glands. eager to see the result of your experiments. Please send me the samples when it's completed. I have a few clients who are very interested in the toxic fruits of your labors. Toxic fruits, huh? Oh, I cannot see anything. I cannot see anything. Help. Can I not get in? Oh, I cannot. Okay.
What path lies before me?
I'm sure this is fine. In time, I'll get used to this. In time, I'll get used to this. At least I get like a very smooth FPS. You know what I mean? Look at that. It's not smooth. It's running at 35. I'm turning it back on. Oh my god, I can see. Let's go. My eyes are back. No, the game's actually running like dog shit. What? Oh, how's the feeling? I think I know this place. Potion of sleep. Syringe? Syringe? Surgeon's memorandum. Now, so-called caregivers are wasting precious anesthetic resources on the elderly and the mortally wounded. Nurse Litwin informs me this practice eases the suffering of the feeble and guides them to Our Lady's final embrace. Never have I heard such abject nonsense. Anesthetic is a tool to relieve my ears of a subject's screams as I apply the blade, not a mercy to be freely dispersed to living corpses. That's kinda sad. Oh, you just noticed the outfit? Which outfit? I mean, I don't know why I'm glowing like that. What's going wrong? Oh, it's the Alex of the Colossus. That's why I'm glowing. Nice outfit, right? I mean, I don't know if this is good or this is better. Always a fan of corset. Oh, that's what they call corset. Oh, okay. Okay, why is it red? No one's here. Oh. Oh, I didn't see you. Okay, can I not talk to you now?
A long way to go still.
You are untalkable?
Still alive, so that's progress.
I guess I cannot talk to you anymore, huh? One of magical pair of rings. This allows the wearer to cast warding bond once per long rest on a creature wearing the matching ring. Oh, matching ring. A gentle warding bond. I need to find another ring like this for Karlach. My brave, beautiful Miranda. Well. When the house of feeling, blood leaks from my nose and ears and there's strange wounds over my body, the nurse kept asking about my ring. And when I told her myself and Miranda just got married, look at me strangely. So what's wrong? She sent me home, telling me not to come back. There are black spots in my vision, and I can't feel my legs. What's wrong with me? What? Okay, then. It's the true Harper's getting every last one. She didn't have a scratch on her blessed Lady of Loss. Some removed for her by the dizzy spell, blood poured over my nose, and Miranda found me passed out on the floor. She told me to rest and not to bother going to the house of healing. There was like the stress. She's like, but I'm still scared. With me in full armor, smiled her face, she got down on one knee and proposed, a beautiful obsidian ring in her hand. Of course, I said yes. As a cleric, she was able to marry us then and there, blessing the ring as she slipped them on our fingers. I'm terrified for her, but I'm also so happy. I know she loved me, I knew it. Something with the ring? Is the ring bad? Maybe the ring is bad. Budon? Oh. Oh, it's Storm. Distressed patient. Can I say I like this?
Feeling fresh.
Okay, everyone said good health.
No, never mind.
I'm gonna give all my potions to Shadowheart. Because whenever possible, I want Shadowheart to just throw the potion to heal. Oh, it's a morning star. If it's a morning star, maybe Shadowheart can use it?
There's no time to waste.
Yeah. But no blast though. Blast grants an additional 1d4 to saving throws and weapon attack rolls. And 2d4 to spell attack rolls? Creepy. Yeah, this game has been creepy the whole game. I'm just terrified. Baldur's Gate Silent Hill Edition. Speaking of, it's almost October.
Wanna dance?
I need to get some horror games ready.
Watch your back.
Because in October, the horror month, gonna play some horror game. Yeah, spooky month. Okay, let's press this button. What? Ooh.
Right tool will do the trick.
Oh my god, what is this? Oh, it's fine. Death and Divinity? Divinity? Wow. Yurgir, the Lord of the End and everything. Even gods can die? Ooh. What? It's a critical fail. Banish your target to another plane of existence. Ooh.
Time to press ahead.
I'm sure this is fine, right? Bronze is kind of shiny. And I like shiny. Nice. And still very thick though. Oh, this ad starts in 10 seconds, it says. Wow. Shiny good? Mm-hmm. Never enough shiny. What? Buddy. Lady. It's right in front of you. But it's right. Take it. What do you mean? Out of reach? Sure, I guess. I don't know. God, everything's locked here. Weird things like that happen. I love how the game just like, oh, I cannot get that. It's right in front of you. It's right. It's right in front of me. Nope, cannot get it. It's too far. My hand doesn't fit. Cannot. Say, okay, sure. Whatever you say, game. Ooh, wow, wait a minute. I don't think I want to wander far off alone. I kind of want to get down and look at this, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be fight, you know what I mean? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1 storm. Although, what's with all the dorms in this game? Let's go engage in conversation. I cannot believe I'm actually drinking alcoholic drinks. And I like it too, holy shit.
Your eyes are sharp, sisters. Tend to your scalp so that I may say the same.
Trepan? Hand me my Trepan 1d6. It says nothing. 1d6. What? What? Hand me my Trepan 1d6 of what? It's just like throw 1d6 for fun. Equip the surgeon with a poisonous trepan, allowing him to cast terror trepan. What? What? One d6. What? 1d6. All right. I mean, yeah, 1d6. Throw a d6 at a player character. Yeet. Bunk.
Your eyes are sharp, sisters.
I mean, that sounds kind of fun. You know, in a D&D session, it's like, I want to throw a d6 at the enemy. It's like, Another 1d6. Is it? Allow him to cast Leech. Equip the surgeon with a bloated biting leech. Is this what I'm gonna be dealing with? Game. I'm pretty sure that's what I'm gonna be dealing with. All the weird weaponry.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Your eyes are sharp, sisters. Into your scalp. Say the same of them.
Oh, not again. Dang it. What do you mean? That's a no on that one.
Only with unwavering hand can we show our subject mercy.
Bone saw? A bone saw is ready? I don't know why I know that one. Bone saw is ready. Gory jagged bone saw, allowing him to cast bloody bone saw. Oh, hi Nano. Oh my god. Hello.
Tend to your scalpel.
Welcome in.
Say the same.
Scalpel? Is this scalpel or scalpel? I think scalpel sounds better. Scalpel. Can I talk to you now? Oh, I can.
Here to see the doctor? Are we poorly? Are we desperately poorly? Oh, not so well. But well enough to wait. Join the line, and you will be seen.
I'm sick as a dog. Dark compulsions add on my mind. Fine, I'll get in line. I don't have time to wait. I need to see a doctor right now. No thanks, I'll take my chances out now. I think this is the Dark Urge. I think this is Dark Urge speaking. How do you feel about this?
Let me check. Let me check. What's the primary symptom?
I'm only truly happy when I'm ending someone's life. My mind is full of holes and some of them still being punched. Everything. I lose control of myself and kill without command. When I try to sleep, I am plagued by distressing sights. The primary symptom being I am only truly happy when I ending someone's life. I mean, it's true. The dark urge. Can you stop my urge? Is it something that can be stopped by physical means? How do you feel about that when I say this?
There's no shame in an end. All things come to be lost. But if you wish to be examined... Yes, but all must wait. The doctor's hands are full.
Oh my god.
You will be seen.
Hello, Leon. How you doing, Leon? Deception proficiency. I'm no patient. I've been hired as a spiritual advisor. The spiritual advisor? Feign the symptoms of a disease most terrible. Just woke up? Yeah. I forgot today is the 国庆日, you know, the Malaysia day. Wow. When I woke up this morning, I drive around the place like, why are there so many flags all around the buildings, the road, the cars, everything? and then I look at the calendar, it's like, oh, 8月31号. Oh. Yeah, it's August 31st, I forgot. I have no patient. I've been hired as a spiritual advisor. Malaysia. Yeah, it is Malaysia. POG Pog. Let's go, Ichi.
Oh, an answer to our prayers. Down to the theater. Be swift. Be saved.
What does it accomplish again? What does it accomplish exactly? I mean, I can still just go to the huh? Excuse-moi? You know, it is only this year that I feel time truly flies, you know what I mean? It is only this year that I feel time truly flies. Like, I legit feel like... What? It's already August? It's already September? What, the book? You know, that feeling? It's kind of weird.
Very well.
I'll do better. And the patients will be better. Still not feeling better. See if I can help you.
Trading with a heckin' Zombo. Red catcher. Oh, it's a great club. Maybe I can give this to Karlak. I'm parting with my shiny to get more shiny in return. One bone must remain. That looks good enough. Money! Do you know you could trade with one of them? Yeah, one of them could be... And one of them is a trade at this one. Although only this one that I know of. Those inside, I don't think they want to trade. Oh. This is how us kobolds make money. Oh, too much. I can give you that 1 gold. Or do I want to? Do you have potions? Addition 126. 126 poison damage. No, give me that wyvern toxin. Because it has wyvern on it, I want it. Wait, 8? 6? 12? Nothing adds up to 10. Wait, 6, 4, 4? Is that, oh, 2, 2? How much is one of this? 4. 4, 6. There we go.
Now, if you'll look.
Thanks for the money.
A long road ahead.
And the wyvern toxin. Because it has a wyvern on it. And I love wyverns. Because they're dragon. Haha. Oh. Oh. Dang, this place is really broken. Oh, I know where this is. Okay, so I'm back here. Oh, hey. No, wait. Where's the ladder? Oh god. Oh, oh. Okay, now we can go here. I don't know if I want to do a long rest before going in there. Because I have no spell slots. I mean, no spell slot on monk is fine.
My faith will guide me.
One spell slot. A little dangerous.
Good to be alive.
Just tad bit dangerous.
Mine's never quiet.
No, I'm sure it'll be fine. Let's go in. Hello, I seek an audience. Please don't kill me.
The objective of the Scalpel Sisters is to soothe.
I don't like you
For the
already.
scalpel indeed is an extension of Shah. See how the patient reacts when I but stroke the right nerve. Hear its comfort, hear the very
Oh my
melody
God.
of mercy.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Pray, sister, show us the extent of your beneficence.
Oh god. I'm looking at it. Oh god, fuck.
Stay your hand, for it slaps where it should stroke.
Oh god, I'm gonna
We can
gag.
hardly hear the patient's sighs of solace.
Oh,
Perhaps it is our unexpected audience that makes you quiver.
I'm folding
Come,
my hands.
Step forward. You are no sister, but that matters none. Every student is welcome.
I kinda like his hands. I'm scared. Oh god, I can't look at something like that. Oh god, I'm. Ugh. Not good with gore and stuff. It's just something about pushing a scalpel onto a living being. Onto something that is still conscious with no numbness to it. That. Oh. I mean, I looked at Mortal Kombat. I'm fine with that, but this one, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't wish to study, only to lift the curse on this land. A student, yes, please enlighten me. You stop this sick spectacle at once. What wrong has this man done to deserve such torture? Anesthetic would be nice to have, wouldn't it? Yeah. Now where's the anesthetic? All right. Someone in the book says anesthetic is not a code. Is not good for Shar worshippers' practice. So I guess they explain something, huh? What wrong has this man done to deserve such torture?
Behold, sisters, the very face of ignorance, one who mistakes tenderness for torture. Go on, acquaint the face of ignorance with the true object of our studies.
Absence.
Absence. No other word captures the heart of Shah so very perfectly. It is the scalpel-led journey that leads from pain to peace.
Oh.
A stinging truth, but a truth nonetheless.
See? What is the light of eyes but the cancer that causes one to witness the laceration of being?
This is fucked.
If light is the symptom, then darkness is the cure. For in light there is presence, but in darkness there is absence.
In light is presence, in darkness, absence.
You are well on your way, but one white orb disfigures you still. Let us finish the cure.
You know, all of those things that he says, I don't think I understand a single word. Though those are big words for a kobold brain. You know, kobold just look at this as like, oh my god, I don't like it. Help. That is me right now. I don't like it. I want to run. Examine the sisters and the implements. Recall what you know of Shar's teaching. The sisters aren't ready. They'll make me sick instead of curing me. Yeah, what is that? Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I know this word. It is called critical failure. I'm not gonna use inspiration on this. It's just an investigation.
You know nothing unusual about the sisters, aside from their menace.
Okay, what do I know about Shah's teaching? What, another 14? Okay. Oh, please be a tree. Oh, thank you. Thank you, game. Oh my god. Thank you.
You remember a Sharon maxim. Go forth and sow doubt, but do not compel it, for only the willing may know the lady's embrace.
If subject is tainted, Shah's succor must only be granted to the willing. Maybe?
Only the willing may know the lady's embrace. You know her teaching well. And yet these sisters must exercise their gifts, for the art of absence lies in its execution. How to proceed? I wonder.
The sisters require a willing volunteer, a master of the art. Dude says existing is bad, yet he continues to exist anyway. Does he truly exist though? Like, does he truly exist? You know what I mean? Like, existent. Undead though? Is undead existence? I mean, he still has you know what? He exists. He still have conscience. Yeah, he exists. Still exists anyway. What a diggity dig. I cannot believe it. Why not have them hone their skills on each other? Monk persuasion. There is no greater joy than watching a master at work. You are, dear teacher. Who better to volunteer? I take joy in performing with a master of my craft. I'm sure the sisters are the same. Why don't you volunteer? I love how the no you reverse card is here. Two no yous are here. Yeah, no you, but I think I'm gonna use bar to say it. No you. Wait a minute. Oh no. Oh no. I have 1 inspiration. I have 2 inspiration. I got this. This game's easy. Look at this. This is gonna be 2 critical success. I'll shut my damn mouth right now. Please be a 4. Please be a 4. Ah! Sure, guidance, sure. One last one. You know what they say? Third time's the charm. Third time's the charm. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah, yes. Oh my god, it's actually a critical success. Let's go. We take those. Sorry, I thought this was a 1, but it's a 20. Yeah, why did you do it? How do you feel about that, Thorn?
I see.
Oh, they all approve.
By example, I must edify and quell the light that blinds us.
That's not what I mean.
Come, sisters.
Oh.
Soothe me.
Wow. Oh my god. Are you okay, Thorn? I actually kind of feel bad. I am so sorry.
Horrific to
I'm sorry? I need but a moment. What did I just witness? Like, what? 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 I kind of feel bad. What the fuck is this game? I think his students failed successfully. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually soothing. He was cured. I don't know if Matter Storm is cured. Like, This is a very, what, he fine? He's just sleeping? I'm sure he is just sleeping. Hi, Brave. Once per long rest, when scoring a critical hit on a humanoid, the warrior can paralyze the target for 2 turns. Ooh. Wow, I didn't expect that.
Ladies, something good here, I hope.
The forever sleep. I mean, he got those, the forever sleep. Why am I there?
Ready?
What?
Ready to cure. Can you feel it? The hurting? Here, darling. Let me soothe the pain.
Nothing necromancy would yip. True. Hi.
Be still, darling. Let Sister Anya comfort you.
No thanks. Oh god. I hate this place. Oh. Poisonous glove. When you deal poison damage, the target needs to succeed a constitution saving throw or become poisoned. Isn't that just normal poison thing? I think my brain is still befuddled by that works. Like, Thorn did not think about this. Like, yes, why not I be the example? Ooh, oh, I love corset. Oh my god. God, that looks good though. Fancy poison. I mean, just poison nonetheless, and still fancy poison. Oh, although you know what fancy poison is? Fancy poison is wyvern toxin, because there's wyvern in there. Oh god, I don't even know where I am.
Here we go. On my way.
We stop using the word undead in favor of mortally challenged for our resurrected fellowship. Some necromancer probably. You know, that sounds like the what was the game again? Doom Eternal thing. The mortally challenged, you know, the UFC I think, or whatever they are.
these Dark Justiciars slain in battle. They must have a stronghold nearby or a temple.
There's so much tombstone. What the heck?
What's that?
Oh. One of the magical pair of rings. This allowed the wearer to receive warding bond from a creature wearing the matching ring. We found it! This is the wife's diary. In the 5th year of our union, we faced the biggest hurdle yet. My parents became quite ill, and we became their caretakers. Dark and difficult time filled with emergency of every possible type. Gone were the easeful days in which our time was our... Oh, no. Our days were filled with each other and little else? See, now the thing is, I have two with the matching ring here. There's True Love's Embrace and True Love Caress. There's 2 ring slots. You can see where this is going, right? What if... what if I wear it on both of my... I wonder... Target must be wearing the matching ring. Oh. Look.
Making me sweat.
Oh wait, maybe I can cast it on myself. Let me try again.
Looking ahead.
If I can cast it on myself, it would be kind of funny. No, this game sucks. What do you mean? Alright, let's give it a Karlach.
Don't burn yourself.
Light Arcana Religion. Change that. Once per long rest. Is it until long rest, this skill? They gain resistance to all damage +1 to their armor class and saving throws. Until long rest. Hey yo, let's go. Hi. Wow.
No time to rest.
Wow. As if being mortal isn't challenging enough. I know, right? It's already so hard, and then you have this. Corpse Rose. Ugh. This place is dark as heck. Oh. What? I've been here. The Thorn Mausoleum. Oh. Okay, let's get back. I already feel strong. Look at the 18 AC. 17, 18, 16, 15. I'm sure it's fine. Here? Ice White robe. Armor of Akatis. Oh my god, you have armor of Akatis just like that? And Cat's Grace, nimble as a cat. I mean, armor of Akatis is good, but how do you look though? How's the drip? Oh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, I don't know. This looks really good. Yeah. Like, I don't like this one, but this one is actually fitting for... Yeah, increase your dexterity score by 2 to a maximum of 20. Yeah, see? I have maximum 20. Is it? Yeah. So this one is actually good for monk. I'd rather just wear this. Oh, there's a really cool armor though.
At least things have stayed interesting.
It's okay. Oh.
Our hero thought but of treasure ahead, did not consider the peace of the dead. Through the dark they went creeping, and awoke what was sleeping. A new grave they dug, which they themselves fed.
Why are you here?
Ooh, spooky.
Carla. A warning, no less. Don't tell me you're worried about me. How long have you been standing around practicing that little recital? Are you saying there's Oh, I mean, that's so me. Are you saying there's treasure ahead? Hmm? Like, I don't care if it's a warning and everything. Are you saying the shiny? That... Are you saying that there is something that is quite shiny in front of me? Or what's ahead of me? I kind of want it, no? Oh, this ad break. Yeah, there's a couple armor pieces that uses the model and it looks not great. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure someone likes it. I'm sure there are people who like that kind of aesthetic. It's just kind of not for me. Are you saying there's treasure ahead?
Ah, greed. My favorite virtue.
Shut the fuck
I've
up.
grown quite fond of you, you know, in my way. I thought it only fair to warn you about the dangers ahead.
So you expect me to turn and walk away? What dangers are those? Is this dealing with devil right here?
Oh, we both know they are soon to be revealed.
Fair?
It would be pointless of me to try to bar you from entering. But I can set the scene, as it were. Prepare you for your role.
I know my role even if you don't. It is to kill Catherick. Oh, it's Catherick. Oh, you got the new one. Is it just to kill Catherick? Monsters and evil and death lie ahead if you seek the treasure inside. And then just look at shiny. Shiny? Oh my god! That's shiny! I don't care there's anything inside shiny. I don't even know there's danger ahead.
My dear friend, I think you'll find I play my part in many a plot indeed. Cannot the same be said for you these days, true soul?
Fine, paint me a picture.
There is a stage down in the dark upon which a great drama has suspended itself in time. Its actors dwell there still, mired in the languor of their long, tired scenes. If you, however, through the dark, go creeping and awake what is sleeping, chances are many more graves than yours alone will soon be fed.
Enough your jibber jabber be gone. Paint me a clearer picture than that, would you please? What the fuck are you saying? I do not even understand. Okay, let me try to understand. What he says. So down there's something big. If I wake him up, I will kill everyone here, including me. Yeah, many more graves than yours alone will soon be fed, right? So a lot of people will die other than me. If I wake up something that's inside there's like something that's hiding, that's sleeping, and if I wake them out, then die. Is it? I don't know. And God, Raphael is such a drama queen with them. I know. I fucking hate and love Raphael. I can't believe it. Alright, persuade. 10. Wow, you're being nice to me, Raphael. Ichi.
Very well.
Mm-hmm.
There is a creature that lurks in silence and shadow. A creature who, like me, is very much of the infernal persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
Should it make its way out through the very doors you are about to brazenly swing open, you'll have unleashed a pestilence upon this realm. In truth, it is carnage incarnate. So if you meet the devil of which I speak, kill it. Consider no other course of action.
So I was half right. But it seems infernal, so something like Raphael? Another devil is inside that I'm gonna kill? Is Catholic devil? You're still only telling me half of what you really know, I can tell. Ooh. Ooh, that's a lot of plus. Let's try this. Nice. It's so rare to see Raphael so worked up over this. Like, over a matter, you know what I mean?
This creature and I go back a long way. I admit it would be in my best interest as well should it remain trapped in the dark. Or misplace its head, perhaps?
What are we talking here? Lemur? Pit fiend? Orthon?
Getting warmer. Warmer. Hot.
Orthon? Are you... Oh, don't you dare do that. Calm down. Hey, yo, back off, my man. Get back off. Dude, you... Holy shit. Are you afraid of this creature, Rahel? Anything else I need to know?
You have it in you to author a thrilling finale if you heed this warning. Do not underestimate this opponent. At best, you will have the blink of an eye to strike. Strike first, strike true, defy the odds, for they are distinctly in its favor. That much I owe the bastard to concede. And don't think I've forgotten your tale, Astarion. When the beast is dead, I'll consider that payment enough to translate those scars of yours.
A fairer deal than I expected.
You wound me, Spawn. I always deal fairly. and will close this particular deal soon enough. Vanquish the beast, and all will be revealed.
Gosh diggity dang, I should be scared. Because it is what I need to do. Kill the Orthon. What is Orthon? Isn't it like some sort of a race in D&D? Okay, I'm on my phone. Give me a second. Orthon. Oh, it is a D&D thing. So it's like an orc? Orc but devil? Shit, okay. I mean, orc itself is already quite scary, and then you have orc plus devil. But it's kind of rare to see Raphael has this kind of emotions other than being smug about everything, you know what I mean? An interesting change to say the least. I kind of like it. I kind of see like a little bit of character arc with Raphael. The truth is, I kind of like Raphael from the start, but just because he's a devil, you know, being all smug about everything.
Something over there.
Cool. Grave digging. Ooh. More? Wow. Salonite robe. It's a light armor. How do you look? It's not bad. It's not bad. I still prefer corset. Alright. I think I'm gonna do a long rest before getting in. I need all the spell slots I can get, I'm pretty sure.
Dark justiciars who fell long ago in service of Shah and Ketheric Thorn.
Sigils. Attempts to restrain Lady Shah's power, perhaps. Failed attempts.
Okay, let's do a long rest. I need all the spell slots and everything I can get.
Need something?
Are you really going to trust that devil to keep his word if we kill this Orthon?
I'd trust a devil over a vampire any day. I think he likes us.
And I like him too, but I'll never say it to his smarmy face. Just stay on your guard. Devils will take everything they can get and more besides. It's your only lead, I suppose. You know what? I like him too. But I'll never say it to his smarmy face.
Perhaps if we kill this Orthon extra bloody, he'll invite us for tea and brandy back in his house.
I like Astarion. Oh yeah, Halsin died. I still... Man! Halsin died. God, I'm so thick.
Greetings.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Oh my god, Scratchu.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Can I give you a mega pet because I'm thick right now? Am I not supposed to be thick? And am I not mega thick? Oh my god, Scratchu.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Yeah. Oh my god, I've been petted. Oh my god. Yeah, Scratchu. Oh my god. Yeah, oh my, I get pets as well. Oh my god. And the poop. Wow. I love. Hi, Carla.
Hey, soldier.
Right. Hi, Will.
Well met.
Hi, Sido Hut.
May the darkness protect you.
Nothing? Okay. Hi, Gali.
How can I help?
Okay, so I think I didn't do as much as to provoke some dialogues, I guess. Where the bone? Go get him! Oh my god, Scratch! Oh no, Scratch coming, Scratch coming, Scratch, oh god, run, Scratch coming. Yeah, oh my god, Scratch!
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Scratch! Why is this the best thing in the game? I mean, I know why, because Scratch is the best boy. Scratch! Okay, let's sleep. I think I have some heavy stuff. Nice. No one dies, no one dies. Oh. Hey, yo. Ronaldinho sucks hard. Ronaldinho sucks hard.
Cute doggo Scratch.
Cute doggo Scratch, of course. Doggo number one. Look at this. Hi, Ting-Jie. Thank you, Ting-Jie. Look at this.
Scratch's tail wags enthusiastically.
Scratch!
Scratch's tongue lolls out happily, his tail wagging even faster.
Oh my god, Scratch! Oh, I'm encumbered because I'm not thick anymore. You know, now that I think about it, elixir lasts until long rest, right? So let's cast everything that lasts until long rest and see which elixir I want to give to everyone. I do have elixirs, right? Also, thank you for 64 bits. Big appreciate. Thank you. Is that Lyran's? Oh my god, is that a new emo from Lyran Stress? Oh my god. You want Gu Lao Lo? Did Hui Jie post a picture in WeChat? Because I did tell her to go there and eat. There's like the best food, but you have to wait for 10 years. Yes? Ah, okay. Drink to increase your size weapon deals an additional 1d4 damage. You gain advantage in strength checks. Give this one I'm gonna give to Karlach. Universal resistance to all damage. I think this is too good, isn't it? Plus 5 initiative. Fire resistance, dark vision, bloodlust. When you kill a foe, you gain 5 temporary health point additional action. Replace effects of other elixirs when drunk. Increase your armor class to 16. Not much of an elixir here. Increase your strength to 21. I mean, if you're wanting to, we can go there. We can go there and eat once you're back. I mean, that place so far is like my second favorite place. My favorite place is still 101, but that one is my second favorite place. It's like whenever I go there, and I don't even need to like order the Taukenyo, would just be like same, and I just like nod, and I'll just wait. Same, nod. All right, got it. Near home? It's not near, but it's near 101. Yes. Near 富丽华那边啊。Guileful movement. Peerless focus. Don't think you've been to 101, did it? Maybe not, I'm not too sure. Viciousness. If you've been to Mentai, then you've been to 101, I believe. But I don't know if you've been to Mentai. Have you? I don't remember. It's been a while. With John? Okay, yeah, then that's 101. So I was awake for 30 minutes. Can I go back to sleep now? I want sleep also, but at the same time I want to play game. Sleep sounds so good. What's this? Elixir of viciousness. This one. Number you need to roll let a critical is reduced by 1. Replace this effect for other elixirs when reduced by 1. Is that... That's really good, right? I don't want to do work. Work makes me sad. I know, right? Work bad, but money good. I thought 101 is a restaurant. It's not. 101 is a place. Wish I could sleep and work for another 4 hours still. Oh god. My work has just begun. Oh god. Work sucks, but money good. I hate it. Work for the money? Yeah. I mean, why else would we work other than for money? I think this won't be for Astarion. Divine miasma. Yeah, Astarion can drink that.
Careful, I bite.
Until long rest, look at that. The elixir is actually so good. What would Shadowheart want? Maybe Shadowheart would just give like one... Oh, gain additional skill slot. Yeah. Superior? Night Orchid? Yes. Maybe this one for... Yeah, this one is for Shadowheart. Leboop. Oh my god. Hi, Brecky. Welcome in. I've been a Leboop.
Not as bad as it.
Let's go. The boop. Finally, it's here. The Leboop.
Scratch's tail wags enthusiastically.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh my god, Scratch.
Scratch's tongue lolls out happily, his tail wagging even faster.
Scratch. Hope you're doing good, Brecky. I'm alert back to work. Enjoy. Okay. Good luck with work.
Need to find a way forward.
Okay, so everyone, am I encumbered? Oh, I am. Shit. Okay. I think I just have too many things that it's just so heavy right now. Okay, no more encumbered. Yeah, these things are not even as... Oh. Oh. I see. I forgot to scroll up. I forgot scrolling up is a thing that I can do. Hope it's a quick and easy shift. And I hope for the best for you.
Soldier.
7 to 20, 8 to 24. The sword is stronger.
Let's move.
You know, I should give this ring for... Yeah, this ring for Karlach. Because Karlach uses weapon damage forever. Yeah. Who want to cast light? Mind shielding. This one's good. Advantage of saving throws against charmed. Thunder wave as well trace. What is pass without trace? Call for a veil of shadows and silence that gives you and all nearby companions a +10 to stealth checks. It's a concentration until long rest. That sounds good, I guess. Okay, let's get out of camp for now.
On my mind, and well, in it.
I need to cast everything that lasts until long rest. Karlach is so big.
My faith protects me.
Attention.
Best get going.
Okay, what other concentration spells that last until long rest do we have? I think that's everything. Yeah, I'm gonna need everything I can. Against restrained target. Only a drow elf. Big. Get the big drow. Yeah, Fair Cacophony is way better than this. 1d for fire, 1d for thunder. With Thunderous Smite to boot. I like this one more. It's an action and bonus action though. Okay, so everyone has action. I want you to speak with animals. I want you to also speak with animals.
Let's march.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Extra vicious arcane cultivation. Karlak is Colossus and vigilance until long rest.
Never a dull moment.
Ding! That's a lot of buff already. Think I'm ready? Hopefully. I hope I'm ready. Yeah, okay. So I made some preparation for this fight. Only want me to find out? Yeah. And there we go, Empress. Hi. Welcome her in. I'm going in. This door?
Should mind my step.
Hi, Rogue. Welcome, welcome. This door is not even locked.
Me, Zirel, Minthara, whoever you are, leave. I shall carry out General Form's will alone.
Alone?
Not wanted, not needed. Leave. This place is not for you. Go no farther. The work must not be interrupted. Away! All is at hand. Your presence is not required. Not wanted, not needed. Leave.
But we heard there was shiny. Yeah, that's a thing. There was no shiny. Raphael lied.
What can I do for you?
I was trying to loot Astarion. We should read the diary. Birth of a child with an ending with what appears to be a series of dateless tragedy. There's no mercy in this beating heart, there's no mercy in life at all. Wow, that's dark. I wonder what happened.
Interesting sigil. Not that I know or care who it belongs to.
I'm sure that's not ominous at all. I'm sure it's fine. What? Assiduous gonna kill me? Oh. We're clear. In order to find what lies beyond this mausoleum, one must walk in his own footsteps, deed by deed. From splendor to tragedy to infamy, as he put it. From splendor to tragedy to infamy. Maybe I need to keep that in mind. Bone chair? Really? Bone chair? She can't kill you if you kill her first. Who's she again? Is Scatherick Thorm she? Oh, I didn't know. The name just sounds more he to me. But I assume so. My bad. Vivacious. Regain 7 temporary points after casting a spell while in melee? Cast a spell in melee? Who does that?
Wits and blades always sharp.
Come on, let's go.
Let's get on with it.
There we go, not everyone has a cloak. I have no idea if it's a she or he. Rats?
Looks like there's a temple under this place. And something deadly sealed inside it.
Yeah. I know because...
everywhere. Someone's been engaging in dark rituals here.
Balthazar's word has never felt more promising. Who's Balthazar? But it's my own source of the barest comfort, the thought that perhaps she might be brought back to me. If Oblivion can fail, what defense have we against death? None except its mastery. I don't understand. Melodia, new name?
Seems simple enough.
Catherick Thorm's forebears. He defiled their remains to make this effigy. But to what end?
You know, listening to the narrator, I've been following the narrator YouTube channel for a bit, and there's like narrator outtakes. And they are so hilarious. The narrator is amazing in this game. The outtakes are wonderful. I'm frantic by energy.
How much further can I go? An open tomb. Empty.
I'm sure of it.
Not ominous in the
Maybe
slightest.
Shah's presence is near.
Alright, time to disarm everything. There's 2 boutons. Oh, we have the classic. The classic gargoyle head and the gargoyle head and vent. Oh.
Nothing.
A trap.
It must have been disarmed.
Someone doesn't like visitors.
I'm too stoned. I'm too stoned. Look at this. I cannot fail because I have advantage on all the rolls.
Easy. This place is hungry for blood.
Nice. Oh, we take those. There's a lot of buttons. Oh, we have a crit fail. Wow. It's gonna take a while. I'm just gonna disarm everything, you know, so that nothing bad can happen. Also, I realized the trap disarm kit, when I don't fail, it doesn't consume the kit. See? So they are quite heavy. You know what? Take one out. This one also take one out. Give it to Karlach because they're too heavy. Look at that. I mean, would I fail even if I roll a 2? I mean, 1 is a confirmed fail, so... I mean, even if I get a 2, I get... 5, 6, 8... Okay, maybe if a guidance get 1, then I'll fail.
Traps. How considerate.
I think that's everything. Oh, 6/6. Do I get a roll again? Everything you can see, yeah. The smile. Why is that smile so genuine yet so devious at the same time? How is that smile so devious and genuine at the same time? How does Sun even accomplish that? It's so amazing.
Susun Elg Oloth. Here lies Isabel Thorm.
Isabel. That's the name of the cleric at Last Light Inn, right?
Oh, Isabel's a thorn?
Can she possibly be Ketheric's daughter?
Oh shit. Dun dun dun. I just had a One Piece ad. Ooh. I don't really watch One Piece, but I heard a lot about One Piece. About them being amazing. Two? Sunny's the magic dog. They can just do things like that. Yeah. They're amazing.
An army of Sharons. You've led grander hordes of truer butchers. This is nothing.
Do I need to press all the buttons? That's it?
This tower. A part of you knows it. A part of you hates it. The elf from this painting. He knows you. He was a trifling stain in your bloody past. But who is he mourning?
Is that not right? Oh my god, why is the emote? The re. Oh my god, the re. Okay, let's count this as 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 buttons. How many combinations are there? So I did 3, 2, 1. 2, 1, 3.
Someone there? Let's go.
What's next? Have to keep pushing.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Oh. Well, that was easy.
No one stopped me yet.
Oh yeah. Now that I'm playing this game, I did mention that I was playing more. I was playing back
Must be the way forward.
Divinity, right?
Where will it bring us, though?
Oh my god, everyone failed. The first thing I added in Divinity Original Sin 2 is Lucky Looter. So like not even like just after the shipwreck, I already have like 1,000 gold or something because of Lucky Looter. It's so stupidly old broken.
No traps, please.
Traversal gem. Shiny. Fill with the bones of the dead. The spell animate dead skeleton doesn't require a skeleton to raise the dead in this area. What? It was broken as heck. Yeah, it's amazing. All right, we're traversing. Did I save? I did. Okay. I'm gonna die. Oh. Oh boy, I don't like this. Gauntlet of Shah.
The Gauntlet of Shah. Before my very eyes. The Dark Lady guided me here. She wanted me to find this place.
I'm sorry, Shadowheart, but it's all me. Like, I'm not trying to downplay whatever you said, but I think it's just all me that brought you here. Also, Lone Wolf in Divinity Original Sin 2 is fucking amazing. And get Lone Wolf, get two-handed weapon, bonk the shit out of them. First turn kill.
Shah, singer of eternal night, protector of the lost and forgotten.
It was the cult of Chinese, obviously. Yeah, see? Sammy gets it. God, Shadowheart, I cannot believe it. Wake up. Ooh, that's a cool door. I'm saving again.
The answer lies in darkness.
Shah's warriors must not be caught, must not be tricked. Only loss awaits the unworthy.
The truth lies in darkness?
Is that Shah herself who speaks?
Why does it scare the shit out of me? Hello? I don't have light on my weapon, right? How dark do you want dark to be?
I don't want to draw any attention. I don't need any attention right now. That's a friendly looking shadow. I've got this.
Trust no one.
There is work to do.
Taking my time in the shadows.
No? Oh, is it too bright here? See, the thing is, vents? What do they even do? Nice. Like, I don't see them doing anything at all. They're just there. Marble plate. It's kind of funny how that one's not even hidden. They don't even bother to hide the marble plate.
Looks like a trap there.
I'm stepping on it, nothing happens. And I somehow cannot disarm it.
Wanna dance?
If this isn't important.
I wonder what the next move is.
Nothing hurts anymore.
Ooh. Oh, I need to turn off all the light too. Okay, let's do it. It seems easy enough.
place is hungry for blood.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I need a 2 to have a chance to fail. Ring.
Moving in.
Because they say the truth lies in darkness, so that's why I guess, you know, gonna just like turn off all the light. Come on, man. See, thing is, I get scared by something like that, and then I want to play horror game. Ooh, 14. Again, another one that I cannot disarm.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Northic IE. Think we're almost done. You know, throughout my entire life, I've only seen dices that is like 6-faced. You know, all the board games that we all have like a 6-faced die, D6, right? D6. We call them D6 then. And then how would a D4 looks like? D4 or I mean D2 would be just like a coin, I guess. Why is the music kicking in?
Hot foot, place is trapped.
I didn't even see that. 哎，这个妈妈真是好扒过去哦。D4 is like a tree-sided pyramid. Triangle-based pyramid, very painful to step on. Oh god. Pyramid. Oh, you're right. But how would they even... The culture of the dice world? Man, you're gonna be careful handling a D4 then. Oh, wow. Wee. Hey, stupid! Okay, I'm gonna do it on my own.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Walau. Apa kamu buat saya tak tahu? Susah sangat kamu.
Welcome, child. Follow my voice and prove your worth.
There we
Still
go.
breathing, despite everything.
I do like it down here. It's nice. Homey.
This is a dedication to my goddess's power and dark beauty. Homey is not the first word that comes to mind.
Homie? Look, Astarion likes it, okay, Shadowheart? Now, where's my promised shiny? I know there's like one single Umbro gem. I cannot even get that gem. This place is a scam. I got scammed. Uh-oh. Hi. How are you? I'm just walking. You're very unalive.
You do not belong here.
Your mind upends. Somehow, in the decayed soup of this creature's brain, a tadpole lives.
What?
Another presence nurtures it, manipulates it like a puppet.
No, you do not belong. This is the Dark Lady's house. She has no use for old, faithless bones.
Oh.
You plunder. You meddle. You upset my plans. Leave.
No, I don't take orders from bones. Are you kidding me? From bones? Who do you think I am? I'm not Bone Lady. Get out. And 3 corpses sharing one personality. Who or what am I speaking to? You leave. You don't answer to bone piles. Bard. I've heard of making instruments out of bones, but this is just ridiculous. This is just ridiculous.
Bones! They are more than bones. More than flesh. More than skin, blood, hair, and piss. They are more. They are mine. Now leave before... Stupid worm-infested cockhead! You have awoken the shadows! My forces are split. The defenses are thin. Rally on me. A wall of bone and blade against the darkness. Now!
What? Wait, the bones are helping me? And give Chinese? Oh, I can just see the picture here. What is this link? Oh, wait, that's new. Wait, let me show you. I can just see the picture here. Whoa. Whoa. What? That is mega adorable though. Cheetah.xyz is part of the decentralized social network powered by Mastodon. Is this like Twitter but no? God, it's purple fur pattern though. Oh my god. Look at the, oh my god. And the crown. Oh. Oh, that's so happy. Oh, that's so happy. The crown. I'm gonna melt. I love them. It's probably the thing I posted in general. Let me check. I think I read that one, but at the same time I sort of forgot about it. Sorry about that. Oh. Oh, Mastodon. Oh. Yeah, I was like, I remember reading something like that. And it's like, shit, I forgot. Maybe I should try it. Yeah, and then the Hectron Ace thing, I already like met them. It's kind of funny because like the Hectron Ace person, I just saw them join. I don't even want to give them a role to give them more power or something like that, but they can still have access to the people in, you know. I don't like it, but still. It's like Twitter but community managed. If the link isn't valid anymore by then, just ask me and I'll get you a new one. Okay, thank you, Nandok. I'll try it out after the after this session. Appreciate. The Justicia cannot be blinded. Oh, wow. All resistance? Living Shadow, is it? Yeah, when lightly or heavily obscured, this character has resistance to all damage except for Psychic or Radiant. This is bad. I need light on them. Too dark.
On the way.
Do you like fire? Oh, do I need to kill the Umbra Terra? It's not as painful.
Another fight. Let's go.
See if I can get rid of this real quick. 2 on here. 1, 2. Cool, that's one gone. Oh, I don't need that. I'm invisible. Yeah, I'm sure the bones get this one. The rest I can take care of it.
Have to keep going.
Why did Lady Shah's dead attack? Am I being tested?
Yeah, you are. I just love Shadowheart. It's always like, oh, I trust in you, Lady Shah. Why are you bullying me? It's just kind of funny. I'm sorry. Dash and I'm pissed. If the yip yip valid. Hi, I like to stand here.
Under their noses.
Let's end this.
Am I being tested? Blood money? Strike out greedily, dealing an additional 3 piercing damage per turn of gold that the target possesses. Oh. I mean, this would be good if I fall against the thorn. But it's all good. Do you have Living Shadow? Oh, you're not obscured anymore. Okay, okay. So I can just attack you like normal. Ignis! Hey, yo, hello, excuse me? Nah, I'm not about to use my spell slots here. I'm sure everything's gonna be fine. Let's go. Ow. Nuh-uh. Oh. The bones are dying. Ayo. Ayo. Nice. Oh, did they just summon more per turn? Oh no. Did they just summon more per turn? Oh no. Oh god, why? Why is that a thing? Why do you summon more per turn? Not the best, but I'll take it.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Nice. Bong bong. Ooh, that's death. Let's go.
On my way.
Oh, this fire. Kalik's made of fire. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Let's do it. Nice. All good. Don't worry about it. Not enough movement. Oh, goodness. Bonk. Damage. 50%? Yeah, they have no money. They don't have cash money. I'm healing myself. Yeah. Take you. Nice. Ow. Ow. No, the bones. Nuh-uh. Oh my god. Oh, the bone. Oh my god, that hurts so bad. What's that? Oh. Starts in turn in a lightly or heavily obscured area. I'm not, so. Someone needs help. Nope, not enough. Here, I will not be able to shoot them, I think. Why did it do so much damage?
Don't linger.
I wonder if this is worth the cost. May the gods take you first.
Punch. Am I heavily obscured? Or am I lightly obscured? Probably. I mean, why else would I take damage? Alright, kill this one. Ooh.
Count on me.
What's the plan?
Nuh-uh. Alright, look at this. Pew pew. Crit miss? Pew. Pew pew. Nice. Head to AFK. Hope I didn't miss too much. We've upset the skeletons and now they help us to fight even worse things. I think that's about it. I was afraid of the skeletons, but turns out they are helping. Oh, are they helping? I don't know. Oh, free shiny. We take those. Least expected. Dark Veil Precision. While obscured in shadow, the wielder has a 1d4 bonus to the range weapon attacks. As much as I think that's good for... Is it good for... Astarion?
Well, hello.
6 to 11 damage. I can try. Because I do have plus 10 on stealth checks. So I believe I can just like duck everywhere I want, question mark. What's this? Blinding shot. Ooh, okay. That sounds pretty strong.
Let's move. Just feel my way. What's inside?
Ancient altar.
Lady Shah. So many must have toiled to make a visage so grand. It's beautiful.
Sure, Shadowheart, sure. Okay, let me see if I can heal. Why? I'm trying to heal Karlach. Nice. One more?
You don't want to make an enemy of me, friend.
Can't give up now. Better not be cursed. Don't have anything to put here.
On the altar is an inscription. Brave the gauntlet of your Lady Shah, surmount her trials, and rise a dark justiciar.
The Gauntlet of Shah. This place is legendary. Even with half my memories locked away, I still remember the stories. The Dark Lady's finest warriors arose from this place. Now I'm here.
What are these trials, Shadowheart?
In order to join Lady Shah's elite, you had to pass her trials. Then make a sacrifice in her innermost sanctum. One revealed only when you've proven yourself. Very few made it that far. I've dreamed of this place. This is my destiny. I must complete the trials.
I guess this is a distraction. We need to stay focused on finding a cure. Are we still about that cure? We've been here for months and we still haven't metamorphosed ED. Alright? I'm sure it's gonna be fine. I'm sure everything is fine. Also, I think I forgot. Yeah, let me do this real quick. Okay, there we go. Are you sure this is what you want? What does becoming a Dark Justiciar mean?
What does it mean? It means we'll have power. Power we can use to take on the Absolute and rid ourselves of these parasites, once and for all.
Are you sure?
If I become a Dark Justiciar, I'll have Lady Shah's highest blessing, and her arsenal at my disposal. This will be good for all of us. Let's explore.
Okay.
Don't have anything to put here.
The inscriptions...
There's nothing more for us to do here. Not until we complete Lady Shah's trials.
Okay. More gems?
It isn't our mistress of pain. What anguish she has visited upon me.
Oh, is that my... That's my amulet speaking. Remember the Saintian amulet?
Thou shalt return to me. Thou shalt have my blessing. I shall walk with thee. I shall grant you my power.
I love this guy.
You feel a chuckle coming on, but it soon fades.
I feel like Ray of Fear and Wounding Ray is not even that good. I'll wear this one. It has Shatter and Key Restoration. Alright, I'm traversing. No. No? Huh. At least it sounds nice. But the game says I have nothing to put here.
Don't have anything to put here.
Yeah. I mean, fear can be good, but situationally. Most likely. But like my fear percentage is always so low. Because to fear someone I need to have a lot of charisma. Whereas I only have like 10, I think? Yeah, I only have 10 charisma. So it's like kinda hard to use that well. What is that? Whoa, you look so cool! Oh, come back! Oh my god, I love you already, please. I want you. I need you. You're not a dragon, but you look kinda cool with all the tendrils going around. Yeah, see?
I'll take that.
I'm not taking things that's broken.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Tentacle kitty. Tentacle. English. It's hard. Tentacle kitty. Who doesn't love a good old tentacles?
So much blood. What the hell's has been happening here?
What are we rolling? Maragon? What? Failed a saving throw against Dark Urge? Oh, who's hiding? This one. We discovered signs of destruction throughout the temple. We can likely follow the trail of carnage to Raphael's old acquaintance. This must be it. I prepared for all of these. I think I'm ready. You know, I'm wearing this one. The Ray of Fear probably helps. Lost condition invisible. Your weapon attack deals an additional 1-4 necrotic damage. Your unarmed attack deals an additional 1-4. Wait, is that good for Karlach? What is Karlach wearing? Your weapon attacks deal an additional 1-4 fire damage. Unarmed attack. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah, okay. Oh, maybe this one for Astarion then. Yeah.
Let's get going.
Whoa, wait. Yurgir? Maragon? Are they all up there? Oh, wow, look at you. Orthon's bad. Are you Orthon? It's nothing. No, it is something. Do you see this? Who is Maragon? Hoarding Maragon is a... Nah. Nah. I can't see them. Oh. Ambushing, huh? Ambushing. Hi, you're a thick one. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You're a trader though. Extra attack? Okay. sure everything is gonna be fine. Yeah. I mean, it's just a kitty. Those things out there is just ambushing for not me. I have Shadowheart on my team. Everything is gonna be fine.
There's something out there. I can feel it.
Yeah, I saw it, game. Kitty.
What's this? Fresh entertainment? But you're too fresh for this place, aren't you? There's a whiff of the surface to you.
Holy shit, an Orthon. Powerful devils. I wouldn't get on their bad side without a good reason.
You, tiefling. You've got the stench of the hells about you. The stench of home. And a whiff of the surface besides. A servant of Zariel, if I'm not mistaken. I'd know the stench of her infernal machinery anywhere.
What do you know of infernal machinery?
Only what I can smell. And whatever engine burns within you is grinding to an inevitable explosion. Burning and fear. You reek with it. There's something else, almost hidden by your fear stink. Cherries. Musk. And sulfur.
What's sulfur again?
Raphael. I can smell him all over you. Where is he?
I don't know what you mean. Like, who? Raphael Hoops? Oh, I don't know who that is. Gosh, why are you assuming things? Jeez. Wait, you know Raphael?
That perfume trickster swindled me. Trapped me.
I had dealings with that devil. Maybe you can help each other. Then there's nothing stopping you from leaving. I know a way out. He wants you dead. Do you want a way out, or do you just want to kill? See, that's the thing. I could deal with you. Are you a devil though? What is an Orthon? I mean, I checked Google. It's just sort of like a orc that is a devil. Never heard that name. What is that? Do we want this person out of here? See, that's probably not a good idea to let this thing out, right? And do we yip this Yipson? Maybe I need to yip this Yipson a little bit. Do we yip? You know what? Let's be let's be very honest about it. He wants you dead. He wants you dead. Now, how do you talk? How do you respond to this, buddy?
Where is he? Spit it out. Now!
I don't even know where he is.
What are you doing? The devil told us to kill this thing, so let's stop chatting and kill it.
Alright, Astarion, shut the fuck up. Let's share our experiences about Raphael. Perhaps we can help each other. Raphael could be anywhere, but let me go and I'll free you from his grasp. I've got nothing to spit up. Not for you anyway. I mean, this and attack is pretty much the same thing, isn't it? I mean, I got nothing to spit it out, not for you anyway. It's the same thing as attack. It's just more, how do you say 1-1? I don't know how to say 1-1, but yeah, it's just another way of saying attack. Look, Astarion is pissed. Whatever, we're killing this thing. It's only level 10, what could go wrong?
If you won't speak, then you don't need to draw breath. Tell me what I want, or I'll feed you to my pet over a 10-day and keep you alive to watch.
Attack with added insult. Yeah. I don't think I can win against them. You know why? Oh shit, I can reposition myself. Oh, that's bad. They're all above. How am I supposed to get up there? Right? I mean, the first try has always been bad, but let's see if I can get this.
Bold of you. Stupid, but bold.
Yeah, thanks. Alright, how do we get up? That's very far. I could try here, I guess. I don't know if this works, but I'm gonna try.
Time for a new approach.
Oh. Ichi, all that roll successful. How many was that? Yeah, that's a lot. I think attacking now would be the bad idea. What do you think? 88%. You know what? Attacking now is a good idea. 88%. I trust this. I'm gonna hit it. Do it. Yeet! Not as much damage as I thought, huh?
Nothing important is ever easy.
Oh, they're immune to fire damage. Shit, I forgot to check. Oh, they're immune to fire damage. I'm stupid. Oh no. Ah, they're devil. What am I thinking? Not stunned. I'm angry? Ooh, what is that? It's an Umbro gem. Oh, Carla, you don't have a lot of speed, don't you? Stay here. They probably cannot attack me here. Imagine me a complete fire-based sword going to this fight. It felt so useless. Ooh. Ow? Ow? This is what healer does. Go! This is what healer does, E.T.
Heading there.
Alright. What do you guys do? Nice.
Form up ranks! Don't let anything get past you! Don't. Let's see how many pieces can be blasted off you before you die.
Ooh. I'm prone, shit. Ow. Oh. Interesting strategy. Ow? Wait, their weapon is a... Oh shit. Wow, okay. They just proceed to success on everything, huh? This is bad. What is this? Hand bomb? Is it that thing? Oh, it is. Ooh, this one's blocking the way. Clever. Please get away from me. Did that not work? Better not look down on me, I have damage. Somehow. So this would be a waste of skill then? Oh my god, I had the feeling too. Alright, one's dead.
What path lies before me? Now this is my happy place. I've got it.
Alright, shithead. I don't think this will kill. Yeah, close. Because they're immune to fire damage. Get away from me! The Karlach is so pissed. Nice. Not nice. What does that mean? Whoa, wait, did you just duplicate yourself? Oh, that's really strong.
Yup.
Yup. Okay, everyone gets healed. Nice. Cure wounds. Actually, let's do it here. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to avoid the bombs. Cure wound. Take Q. You should keep healing Astarion. That's what I'm gonna do. Astarion is getting bullied. Karlach is very tanky. Oh boy.
Why you bullying me?
Dude, do you just keep throwing bombs? I'm not bullying anyone. I'm the one that's getting bullied. Hey yo, ow. Yeah, shoot Shadowheart, it's fine. Don't shoot Astarion. Yeah, yeah. Look, Shadowheart is so tanky as well. I just realized. No, don't shoot Astarion. Fuck. Are you trying to find me? Okay. Oh my god, ow. I don't know what just happened. Nice. Ow. Nice, we take those. Yes, this thing. Mmm. Nice. Oh, damage. No, don't shoot our gay vampire. Yeah. Okay, Kala can handle... As stupid as it sounds, Kala can handle all these. I'm pretty sure anyway.
These boots have seen everything.
No, le boop. Le boop. I need to make the boop longer, but at the same time, maybe not. I like the boop though. Boop, good. Smite. Ooh. No, don't use stunning strike on them. I use stunning strike once we dealt with these guys. Not bad.
Got this.
Nuh-uh. Drink. Oh god, this is bad. Ooh. I'm sure it does.
On I go.
I think I just need to let Astarion survive right now. Let's go with thick heal. No, I need spiritual weapons help, I think. Can I summon it up here? I hope this is up here. I hope that this registers as me summoning it up here, yeah? Nice, okay, good. Ow. Nuh-uh. No. Yours. Yours. No, you. Nice. Ow. I love the retaliate damage. We take those.
A better position.
Nothing will stand in my way.
I think this works. Give. Throw. Yeet. We take those.
One day, I'll catch a break. What's this?
Oh, oops. Darkers, you're too thick. Darkers, you're too thick.
Jimmy on the go.
It's here. So, can I just attack? Can I just attack anyway? I can just do that? It's here, you see this? It's here. I'm cheating. I know the boss is here. Look at this. I cannot even step here. What do you mean? Okay, Sherhat now needs to go up and help.
Have to keep going.
Take you. See?
Stop embarrassing yourself. Let me end this.
Yeah. Fuck. What is that damage? Nice. When is Spiritual's weapon turn? Oh, no more. Nice. Not good. Okay, Storm is ready to fight again.
Let's move.
Oh, we take those.
Let's find some prey.
Still breathing, despite everything. Time to press ahead.
You could use opportunity attack. Excuse me, game. Oh, I'm poisoned. Yeah, I don't like this. Just drink it. I kind of use this just to tank a little bit, but a little too late, I think. No, at this point, just attack them. Oh god.
Ready for another round?
Close ranks.
Nice. I didn't mean to press that. Oh my god. I was trying to loot. That's really strong. Nah, I'm not changing that, but I'm taking it.
Can't afford to let up.
Back on your feet.
Take you.
Not enough movement. Okay. Go, go, go. Oh, they all become dust. Oh my god. What in the fuck just happened? Did you have AoE attacks? I don't think that's not even nearly as enough.
Let's have some courage. They won't expect this.
This is mega bad. Okay, let's hope this works. Yep, I shouldn't have done that. I don't get the potion throwing sometimes. I mean, it's good, but on paper it's good, but execution it's just weird how that doesn't work sometimes. And Astaro instead, because I cannot hide anymore.
I won't give in.
1d6 plus 5, 1d6 plus 5. So at least 10 damage here. I don't know. Oh yeah, I gave all the potion to someone else. I forgot. Nah, just punch him. And of course, that could be a critical miss. I forgot about that. This is bad. Oh my god, why?
Don't bleed out on me.
Gods, it's hot in here.
Please work this time. Oh yeah! There's an actual entity over there. You know what? You know what? That's on me. That's on me. even the even Yurgir is like. Oh fuck! That is actually clever. And I think I healed the boss too. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, okay, all good. I'm sorry, that's kind of funny. It's sad, but also kind of funny.
Moving.
Need to act fast. I need healing.
That's the best I could do.
Cut and run.
How do I find a hidden presence?
Oh, God, it hurts.
God, it hurts. It's here, it's here. This is how we find hidden presence. See, because I cannot go to this exact place. Wait, can I run and get this one? Oh! Oh my god, free! Free! Wow. Okay, please work this time. Well, not as good as I wanted to, but I'll take it.
Blood comes easy these days.
Wait, where are you again? Wait, where's the boss again? Oh no, wait, I cannot cheat anymore. Wait, no, I'm cheating. The boss is here. The boss is here. I found it. Oh, I cannot dash. Hmm.
Good idea, I think.
It keeps being saved. Oh, I messed up. That's too far. I still have an action. Yeah, it's here. Okay. Yeah, that's regular shit. It's immune to burning. What am I doing? No, my brain's not working. I'm so sorry. I'm stupid. It's immune to It's immune to fire. I forgot. I actually forgot it's immune to fire. Oh god. Yeah, Cobalt Brain is striking in really hard.
This is gonna feel good.
You're cheating. No. It's not cheating. It's using the system inherent faults to our advantage. But it is very much not in the spirit of the challenge. Yeah, true. Is there a way to detect presence? I could throw something painful. Yeah, I can throw something painful. Get him. Oh my god, they saved against everything. I don't believe this, you little shit. Come here. Oh my god, I just kept getting saved.
Aye, aye.
What should I do?
You can heal upwards. Oh boy. How about take you?
This will help with the pain.
That's a good take you.
Onward.
Oh shit.
Pathetic. If you can't fight this time, die this time.
Lightning. Many targets. Darkness. Oh. I mean, I cannot just keep doing this. I need to deal damage. While I know where you are. Yeah, okay, you're still here. Explosion? Guys, I don't know anymore. I don't know how to like sense where he is. Maybe I'll let them down. Oh. With light, maybe? Yeah, how about let's try everyone staying down.
Where do I go from here? Very well.
Oh god, you have no potion. I forgot.
Can't give up. Not now.
Yeah, no more Spirit Guardian. I forgot, Spirit Guardian will actually be good against them. Illusion, within 3 minutes of the illusion, attack rolls have advantage for you and your allies. Mirror image. Each to can increase their armor class by 3. Always prepared. Invoke duplicity. Puzzle traces the same thing.
Moving.
My turn.
Cheer me up, quick!
I want to see what he does if we're all down here and like with all the lights and everything. I don't know, I just hope this works. Jump. Oh. Oh.
On my way. Just like old times.
Ooh, that's good.
Let's have a little fun.
I can't even catch my breath.
%? It's not even 10%. %. Yeah. Yeah. That's a little sussy.
Breathe deep and move.
Just shoot them. Too dark, low ground. Yeah, sure. Oh, good. We tried. Just shoot them. Just shoot them. Just shoot them. -1 potential damage. Target's failure considers safe, suffer disadvantage strength check. Become blinded and poisoned. Sure. Immune to malice? What are you not immune to, you fuck? You can cast light on it to make them more apparent if you have the cantrip. I forgot who has light. Who has the light ring again? Oh, no one has the light ring. Well, I don't have the cantrip.
Forever, pal. Over there.
Don't worry, I have an idea. Alright, asshat. 35%? I don't care. It's fine. If it missed, I can do it again until it hits. Asshat. Ah, that's right. Bro, what is that? That is a lot of bombs. I'm out level 3 spells. Oh, it's just all around him. So if I'm far away from him, then it should be still fine. Yeah. 2 health, please. You know what? Fuck it. I want this and I want it bad. Asshat. Textura. Oh, let's go.
Got to move.
Damn, that hurts. How can I kill him? Two health? Yeah. It's okay. I can still survive this. Astarion is gonna hide. Astarion not gonna come out yet. Astarion will wait for the good chance to attack. Because Astarion's... Do Astarion have Pass Without Trace? No. It's fine. Astarion remain hiding. Oh, I can become invisible? It's okay. Keep hiding.
No choice but to keep going.
Do I have Blade Ward? I could try one thing if I can jump here.
Hope this ends well.
This should work, right? Yeah, you're right in front of me. Hello, asshat. love to this.
I wonder what brought an Orthon to a place like this. We'll never find out now.
Oh wait, it's immune to fire, but it's immune to fire. It's immune to fire. How did you die? Oh, is it because of the bomb? Whoa. Possibly inflict burning when hitting a creature with this weapon while hiding on invisible. Ooh, wow. Yeah, oh, it's the Leboom. Okay. Okay, everyone just enter here. Do not move.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Okay, and we're good.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Well, some rest's better than none.
Oh yeah, that's my fire, isn't it? Ah. Will the fire be gone? I don't think so. And somehow I killed the boss. I don't know what I did right, but we'll take those.
What now?
Looking ahead.
Ooh, there's so much halberd. Oh my god. Oh, wait. That fire's gonna hurt. Oh, hey. They're not binding. Target an otherworldly creature and attach its consciousness to your own. It will follow and fight for you as an ally. What the fuck? Okay. That was a tough fight, but you held on really good. I think just because I learned... It's because I learned how to throw potions. That really helps so much. Along with the extra attack that I can throw potion twice is also helping a lot. So yeah, I think I kinda... Also quite lucky on some cases as well. I'm just surprised in general. But yeah, fun fight.
What to do?
Enough sitting around. Let's go hurt someone.
Let's go hurt someone. Oh, rat! Oh my god, rats!
Unworthy. Unworthy to walk among friendly bones. Leave!
Monk insight. Study the rat ski. The rat ski to see the source of its action, of its aggression. Sure. 16. Sure. Oh, we take those. The tentacle kitty is dead though. Yeah, it's kind of sad.
Rats have ki like all living things, but it is not usually this frenetic or powerful.
Oh. That's a weird camera angle to have, game. Why are you looking at? Calm down, what are you talking about?
Talking of you, intruder, invader, unworthy one. These halls are not for you.
Back off or I'll be scraping your guts off my heel in a moment. Well, it's just a rat. It's just a rat. Leave them be. It's just a little rat. I love them. Look at that, it's so small.
We outnumber you. Leave me be.
Sorry, 4 is better than... the 4 is better than 3, just saying. Unless you have invoked duplicity, then props to you, rat. You are amazing. It's so soft, look at it! Sus? Why is this sus?
Nothing stands out to you.
Sure.
Unworthy of dark cloak. Unworthy of dark fur. Unworthy.
Do you think I have fur?
Something strange about the vermin in this place. Can't put my finger on what though.
I love them. Look at them. Study the rat's behavior. Consider the rat's tone and choice of words. Yeah. Why? Ooh. We take those.
The rat holds its ground. It almost seems defiant.
Look at this little unit. Oh my god. Yeah, how about insight?
The rat isn't merely territorial, it's proud. This place means a great deal to it.
Oh, look at this little unit. Oh my god. Seems this place is important to you. Why?
We've always been here. It's ours. We watch over it. You do not belong.
Unwelcoming vermin aside, we need to explore this place.
Leave. Away. My nest. My dark.
Shit, the heart's like, I don't care. I need to explore.
This is the path of heroes. Your feet sully it.
You're just a rat. Is it really wise to stand up to me?
We are small but many. Leave or see what happens.
Shit, now I kind of feel a little curious of what's gonna happen. Let me level up first. Level up monk. Monk. No, I'm not gonna level up. I'm not gonna level up Bard. Monk. Key empowered strikes. Your unarmed attack counts as magical for the purpose of overcoming enemies' resistance and immunity to non-magical damage. What? So my punch just goes through spells now? Question mark. Improve unarmed movement. Oh. Key to power magic that harness the elements also trigger an arm strike. Gong of the Summit. Pull the target towards you and knock it prone. Oh. Oh, that seems really strong, but 2 key points though? Sure. Alright, monk level 6.
What's the story? I've got a long road ahead.
Land strike, difficult terrain. You become an expert at moving through the wilderness. Difficult terrain no longer slows you down. Ooh. Gain a passive change bestial heart. Oh, another feat. I'm not gonna change. I want eagle. What if I give you heavily armored? Because you have a lot of good heavy armor. You gain armor proficiency with heavy armor and your strength increased by 1 to a maximum of 20. I think this is really good. For Karlach anyway, Karlach has a lot of good heavy armor currently. But she just cannot wear it. But now she can. I already have Savage Attacker. Yeah, good. Yeah.
Well.
When the melee attack hits you, attacker is sent reeling for 3 turns. Reeling? Recovering from receiving a terrible blow or hitting a strong metal, it has a -1 penalty to attack rolls for every turn remaining. For 3 turns, attackers cannot land critical hits on the wearer. Oh my god. Yeah, you are very strong. Holy shit. 20? Heavy armor barb. Is that unusual? I don't know, to be honest. What do you mean not proficient with heavy armor? Oh, there we go. Against spells. Gain resistance to fire damage. Hunter's Mark. It's not as good, question mark? I already have this. Cannot land crit against Karlach. A little bit? Ooh. Sorry, I don't know how job works. Not bad, but definitely a bit out of ordinary. Ooh, okay. I mean, I heard Monk, but it's already kind of out of the ordinary. But since I have like zero clue on like what sort of build works with each other, I just kind of like Bard, and I mean, I like punching, and I like Bard because, well, who doesn't? So yeah. Right, this is good heavy armor. Look at the AC 20. I'm so stoned. Carla is gonna be a beast. New feat. Okay, what do you want? Crossbow expert? Crossbow attacks with melee range. The attack rolls don't have disadvantage. Your piercing shot shall inflict gaping wound for twice as long. Dual wielder. You can use 2 weapon fighting even if your weapons aren't light. You get a +1 bonus to armor class for wielding a weapon in each hand. You cannot dual wield heavy weapons. Dungeon Dweller. Durable, element to adapt. Alert, maybe? Your ranged weapons do not receive penalties from high ground rules. Ranged weapon attacks have weapons you are proficient with a -5 penalty to their attack roll but deal an additional 10 damage. Three skill for choice: smell, sniper, tough. Barbarian uses both dexterity and constitution score for AC, so they don't generally use armor. Monk uses dexterity and wisdom. They are the 2 classes that were originally built around not wearing armor. Oh! Even Barbarian? I didn't know that. You gain 3 luck points, which you can use to gain advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, or saving throws, or to make an enemy reroll the attack rolls. When attacked while wielding a finesse weapon you are proficient with, you can use a reaction to add your proficiency bonus to your armor class, possibly causing the attack to miss. When you are prone, sending out uses significantly less movement. Your jump distance is increased by 50%. Barbarian actually gets a damage buff if they rage while not wearing armor. Small, but can be clutch. Yeah, it's a small numbers that matters sometimes. You never know. Your strength dexterity increased by 1 to a maximum of 20. Lightly armor. Are you wearing light armor or medium armor? When you dash, if you move after making a melee attack, you don't provoke opportunity attacks for it. After a melee attack, I don't know what to give him. I'm thinking crossbow expert, since I have hand crossbow. It counts as crossbow, right? But I think crossbow don't have piercing shot question mark? Does it? No, I think it has. Alright, crossbow expert it is. I'm using crossbow just like shoot the shit pew pew pew. Alright. Check.
Don't touch me.
Do you have piercing? Oh, you do? Okay, okay. That's good. And then Shadowheart. Oh, what's that? Divine Strike Poison. Once per turn, deal 1 to 8 poison damage in addition to your weapon's weapon damage when you make a melee attack? Ooh, more level 4 spell slot too? Honestly, it's better to focus on upgrading the attacking stat to 20, but not necessarily if you don't care about min-maxing. Yeah, I just sort of do what I want, do like willy-nilly. Do what I want willy-nilly. It kind of works, I mean, since I'm not playing on tactician mode, so I think it's okay to not min-max. Yeah. Your sentinel. Now you need what? What is a good support? You learn a cantrip and the number you need to roll a critical hit with spells is reduced by 1. Nah. Shield Master. If a spell forces you to make a dexterity saving throw, you can use a reaction to shield yourself and diminish the effect's damage. On a failed saving throw, you only take half damage. On a successful saving throw, you don't take any damage. Dexterity? Only 13? Hi, Solace. How you doing? Welcome in. I don't know what to give to... Maybe giving you heavy armor on the cleric? I don't know. And Solace is air today. Oh. Hope everything's better afterwards. I could get mobile so she can make sure she can be in range to heal. And mobile, huh? Mobile. Where the mobile, huh? Oh. Oh, yeah. I think that's a really good one. What's resilient? No, we don't need that. It doesn't impose disadvantage on stealth checks. Stealth? Actually, mobile sounds pretty good, yeah. Mobile it is.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Hi,
I need a
Rat.
quick word.
2 legs, too familiar.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, what is down there? Do I mess with the rat? I don't know if I want to mess with the rat, to be honest. The rat seems like they mean business. Oh, there's ad break going on. Hope you feel better soon. Yay. I hope the same for you too, Solace. Oh, gem? Mine. Shiny! Finally, after so long!
A bed made of corpses. Disgusting and uncomfortable.
Yeah.
A bed made of corpses. Disgusting and uncomfortable.
Shiny! Shiny, shiny. Yep. Oh my god, what is this place? I should be terrified. Oh. Yep. Yep. That's a lot of rusty weapons. Man, everything is so heavy. Also this. Okay, why is this chest red? Restore bardic inspiration? I never use my bardic inspiration, like not even once. I never use my bardic inspiration. What does it even do? I mean, I can use it now, I guess. Okay, you know what? How many do I have? 3? Oh, it just restores one. I only restore one? Boo. Okay, I want other hand drum, flute. Violin's good. See, because I can do this. What? Weighed down by heavy armor. Until the armor is removed, raging won't grant extra damage, resistance to physical damage, or advantage on strength checks. Oh no! What do you mean? I wasted a feat! I didn't know this is gonna happen. Wow, wait. Yeah, well, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Wowee.
What's cooking?
I see. Wowee.
No time to rest.
Well, who needs rage, right? Nah, there's no need to rage. Who needs rage? Jeez. Not me. Ugh. Rage. Ugh. So barbaric. Hee. So barbaric. I cannot believe it. Wink wonk.
What's in here?
Visor. Oh my god. One gold. Which can help you respect if you want. It will respect all your levels though. Ah, so 麻烦. How do you call 麻烦? So troublesome.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
It's okay, I'm not gonna do that. It's okay. Jump. What's with the screen shake? Maybe I should really converse with the rat and see what they do. Let's exhaust the dialogue. Look, I don't want to scrape... I don't want to scrape the rat with whatever it says. Hey.
Have a word. Join an army, became an army. Leave!
Okay, I don't really want to say this to a rat, but I just kind of want to see what's gonna happen. Yes. Just in case, let me save real quick, yes? just in heckin' case. Alright.
Unworthy. Unworthy to walk among friendly bones. Leave. Try it. A lot more guts than you'd expect. A lot more.
Is it because of these rats? That there are so many bones and corpses down there? Why are you twitching like that? You're so adorable. The little itty bitty rat. I might die from this? This rat seems really... stonk. Why would I want to attack a rat? But I'm so curious though. Maybe they'll transform into like a 10 times size rat? I don't know. Please don't judge me for this. They only have one health. But why?
Leave no trace.
Let's not attack them and see what they do.
Still on my feet. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Okay, why can I not hide? I'm gonna hide in plain sight.
Born for this. What now? Better be cautious.
Fuck yes.
Can't give up. Need to keep out of sight. Have to keep going.
Yeah, what did the rat do? A squeak? Squeak? Meep? Meep? They don't do anything. Well, they don't do anything. I'm running away. I'm fleeing combat. Alright, goodbye. Is this far enough? No?
Survival is all that matters. Swift as my feet can carry me.
I'm running. Kobold goes screong. It's so rare. Kobold is now the Godzilla. Who would have thunked? Who would have thunked that a kobold will become a kaiju to another being? A rat. A kobold is a kaiju to rat. Wow, that is the what do you call that again? The wisdom of the day. What? I said what I said. Whoa, look at... Oh my god, how much is this? 24 meters of movement. Oh yeah, you're hiding. Please stop hiding. You know, it'd be funny if something happened to Astarion. Oh. Oh, they're going in. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? Attack me then. What do you do? Uh-huh. Ow. 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 Oh my god, it hurts so bad. I cannot believe it. I can't. This game's bullying me, jeez. Nibble nibble. Ow. Run away, Astarion. Don't let them catch up to you. Oh my god, they're so fast. Merp. Merp. The red ghost merp. Wow, we found it. Please get away from them, Astarion, that's all I ask. Yep. Oh my god, it's not far enough. Stop chasing me, holy shit, I'm just trying to run away. Oh my god, you're so close to me again. Maybe I should hide. Determined is heck. They're very heckin' determined, the rat. Are they trying to not let me run away from this? You do know that I can just hide whenever, right? Oh, almost there. Let's hide.
They won't know what bit them.
Yeah, you don't know where I am. Yeah, keep merping and meeping. Oh, what's that? You don't know where I am? Oh my god.
With finesse.
There we go, okay. They crave vampire booty? Maybe. Hyraxes. Scratchu!
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Why is that flying? Yeah, 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 yeah. Scratchu! Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh my god, oh my god. The best toko! Too much spoiler? Well, yeah. Yeah. Hide, you know, don't look. Don't look. Oh, hey.
I don't believe it. They can't be.
Breathe, child. Resist not the winds of change.
Oh, withers.
Carry thee.
No.
Oh, withers. Oh shit, please don't do that.
Listen. Dost thou not hear it? Where creation meets ruin, where morning meets midnight, the root of all being. Balance.
Withers, oh my god.
Dead. I can't.
Withers?
Balance.
Your very soul is tangled in shadow. Arabella's magic, wild as cursed briar. Her talent is now yours too.
What did I get?
The girl must learn the ways of the arcane, but she shan't remain here.
What do you propose? Why not? I'm not sending her out there alone. Why, with me, she's already outstayed her welcome. Where would she go then?
The weave knows her purpose. It will guide her plainly, if she listens. Arabella holds a power beyond reckoning. That of the decaying forest and the seedling that bore it. But it is unbalanced. Her yoke is already heavy. If she walks thy path, it will surely break.
I should heed.
Arabella will depart once thou dost leave these accursed lands. She will find her way safely. Thus, it is fated.
Alright, witness.
You're making me leave.
Fear not, girl. Abandon not the weave, and it shall not abandon thee.
I'm sorry, I wish it could be different. You can trust Withers. If he says you'll be safe, you should believe him. I do. Okay, you know what? Actually, in this whole playthrough, I do trust Withers. I do. I totally do trust Withers. But this sending kids out, I think Withers would not do this without reason. And the reason being that if Arabella keeps with me, like something will break, he says. So like You know what? I do believe with us. Let's do it. Yo, what was the scene? Hundreds of hours and this game constantly surprises me with new stuff. See, this is the beauty of Larian games. Right? Even in Divinity, like, I played multiple playthrough, none of them finished by the way. I haven't finished the game even once, but every time I go back to the game, there's always something new to me. It's like, oh my god, what is this? Fair, right? That's why I love Larian Studios. They put their heart and soul into the game. Like, that is for sure. They do. They totally do. So yeah. Sorry, Arabella.
You feel her grief fade as if it were your own. There is a lightness in her now, veiling the power within, soothing it.
Damn,
is that my
really?
future? Is that why they died?
It is.
It's wonderful. Thank you, Bowman, for being nice. If there are people like you around, perhaps everything will be all right.
Wow, high praise. Withers encouraged Arabella to learn the ways of the weave. She left to find her own way of the world. Shadowblade! What, am I Morrigan now? Shadowblade! Sorry. You got this, Arabella. A shadowy short sword in your hand that deals 2 to 13 psychic damage. Oh, it's a concentration until long rest. Guys, give me a second. Give me a few seconds. I'm gonna go close the curtains. The sun messing with my mouse. Okay, I'm back. Oh, it's already 4:35? No! I have to go badminton afterwards. Hi, waiters.
Thy wheel of... Dost thou require a new ally? Very well. Impossible. 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 Impossible.
God, waiters, you're so amazing. Thank you. New Chaos Hawk player character or BG4 origin character in the making? The Arabella? Ooh.
If Bowman says I'll be alright, I'll be alright. I just wish... I wish it was different. I wish Mom and Pops was here.
Must be tough. You've been so strong. They'll be so proud of you.
I don't feel so strong. Or anything, really. Just tired.
Fair. Impossible. 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 Shadowblade, hi.
The Gauntlet of Shah. I can't believe
Hi,
it.
Narix.
I can't believe we found the Dark Lady's sacred crucible.
This is a place where you could become a Dark Justiciar. Your dream might soon be realized.
I know. I can scarcely believe it's real. But I saw it with my own eyes. Felt the polished stone walls raised in Lady Shah's honor. Normally, it would not be for me to pursue becoming a Dark Justiciar without a superior's command. But this is different. My lady wanted me to find this place. I know it.
I don't think that's a good idea, but I'm gonna help you anyway. What did you think of it?
Overwhelming. Worship of Lady Shah is usually discreet by nature. Her holy sites have to be modest, well hidden. But that place... I never knew such grandeur had been built in her honor.
And grandeur. Tell me what you know of the place.
The Gauntlet of Shah is no ordinary temple. It is the highest test of the Dark Lady's faithful, to judge if they are worthy of becoming a Dark Justiciar. The Gauntlet has double meaning. It speaks of the ordeals to be overcome, and of the armor-clad fist of Lady Shah that would embrace the worthy. Survive the crushing gauntlet, and be embraced by the Night Singer at its very core. The old ways were lost over time. Now some claim the rank simply by killing a single Selûnite. But before, they were a true elite. Many would attempt the trials, but few would succeed.
I think I see her point. You know what I mean? Actually, you know why I say that? Remember the Umbral Spectral that we fought before that keeps spawning those Dark Justiciars? Those Dark Justiciar is weak. At best. they are so weak. And it's like, after hearing Shadowheart say that, it's like, yeah, I think that is true. You know, that is actually, yeah. Yeah. 200% feels like. Asatalion, hi. And then the big mummy Kalak.
This temple certainly is grand. Well, it's a rundown bearing the weight of centuries sort of grand, which is my favorite kind, incidentally.
Oh. The awful is dead. Aren't you pleased?
The Orthon is nothing. I'll have my satisfaction when Raphael makes good on his word.
Raphael. Repeat after me. Thank you for helping me. It was very kind. Oh my god, if I say this to Astarion, the disapproved meter is like goes to ground. Sorry, Shadowheart, but you got weak as fuck. Where do you think we can find them?
In an old pair of boots, in an abandoned outhouse, in my own bedroll. The devil turns up where it pleases him, but we're bound to run into him soon.
Yeah, after perhaps after a long rest, you know. When the next long rest, we're gonna see Raphael. Hi, Mommy K.
Something in the air down here. It's like this place wants to be forgotten.
Ooh, that's a new one. Doesn't want to be seen, this temple? Ooh.
Moving ahead.
Some dark secrets? End the day? No, leave camp. Yeah, we don't need to fight the red. They're just, you know, they have their own, well, gang, right? They have their own gang. It's fine. We let them have fun. It's all good. Don't worry about it. The rats, they're very adorable. We don't need to like mess them up. There's no need. They're adorable. We don't need to kill rats just because it's like, back off, we hate you. I was like, you don't belong here, you suck. You know, you don't need to kill the rats for that. They're just rats. They're cute. What's with the screen shake? What's going on? Oh, Umbral Gem? Oh, I need to put the Umbro gem. God, but it's shiny though. Do I really? I mean, I have to. Fine.
Wait.
Uh-huh. What's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong at all.
Are you sure? What's happening? What's going on? Tell me.
There's something more I need to do, or the trials will have been in vain. There is a holy weapon hidden away, the Spear of Night. I have to claim it, then use it to make a sacrifice in Lady Shah's inner sanctum. If I succeed, I'll become a Dark Justiciar.
And you just figured this out by yourself just now? That's a little sus. Why are you being a little sussy? Why are you being a little sussy? Just think, possibly more shinies below. Yeah, that's why I've been thinking. You know, more shinies below. If there's more shinies below, then that one sacrificial shiny Umbro gem, well, albeit painful, but well worth. You know, if I can get more shinies down there, that is. All right, where's it? You really want to go through with this? A blood sacrifice just to appease Shah? I mean, don't ask this. All right, she wants to do this. All right, where's the spear? I'll help you.
There's a library in this place somewhere. That's where I need to look.
And you just figured this out by yourself just now?
Yes. I know it must seem like I pulled this out of thin air, but that's how Lady Shah chose to reveal herself to me. You'll see for yourself soon enough.
So
we need to find that spear.
Shah is talking to you. Okay then. Library? I don't remember seeing any library. Oh, Astarion, are you stuck? Oh, can you not jump? Oh, are you being a little pee pee poo poo? Oh my god, Astarion, look what you've done. Being a little pee pee poo poo. Oh my god, why are you being a pee pee poo poo? Jump!
What am I to do?
Oh my god, you're stupid. Thank you.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Alright, that was a good jump. Said Bebe Astarion, and then said Bebe. Said Bebe Shadowheart. Bebe. And being pee pee poo poo doesn't want to jump a little gap. Don't explode. Is there even a library somewhere? Oh, you want uppies? How about me? I thought uppies is a kobold thing. Chasm Creeper? I do love a good uppies though. Oh my god.
Over, then through.
I do want uppies though. Oh my god.
The rain of night comes in 1,000 falling leaves.
I don't like the screen shake. The screen shake just possibly means some fight is going on, question mark? I definitely did not remember seeing any library somewhere, really? Oh, actually.
I'd love to, thanks.
Okay. Lesser Infernal Touch? Oh. You roll a damage dice twice and use the highest result. Oh, unarmored defense. Your body is as resilient as any armor. While not wearing armor, you add your constitution modifier to your armor class. Constitution... +2? Oh, and maybe this one as well? Oh. It is +2. Even the head. I mean, I know I just got heavy armor proficiency, but I just cannot help but think that Hi Vincent. How you doing? Start at the top of the broken stairs where you first saw the tentacle kitty. Oh, the one where Astarion is like Bebe cannot jump. It's okay. For now I'll use this one. And also this one. Yeah, rage impeded. It's okay. Barbarians can even rage for this when they're in armor, can they? I think they can.
Oh, I could go for a good meal.
Available only in combat. I think they can, just no extra stats. And only when wearing heavy armor I get rage impeded. Because I've always been wearing medium armor and it works just fine. I didn't know, because I have some really good heavy armor and no one can wear it. So it's like, ooh, you know, barbarian, close range, a great sword. It's like, yeah, Karlach might be a good, you know, a good character to wear heavy armor. So I get heavy armor proficiency and I wasted it. I mean, I didn't waste it. I'm still wearing a heavy armor. Just no rage. I think that's fine. Maybe something here? Oh, thanks for the pen. Oh my god. Ooh, blood trail. Hi.
A very gory idea of art.
Well, yeah. You know, at this place, this is just when people want to appreciate the good booba, I guess. I mean, so conveniently placed. What other things that I can think of other than just appreciate a little bit of booba on statue, huh? Hey, I can respect that. You're almost at the end of the game. Holy shit. I'm very slow. I just want to pet Scratcho. I love Scratch. Need to pet Scratch. There has to be something here, right? Why else? I just need to find what is causing all that screen shake. Check spider corpse? Is there even a spider corpse? Oh, spider meat.
A well-chewed spider carcass oozes on the ground.
Inhale the noxious aroma. Oops, all ads. I'm sorry, there's ads. I'll wait for a little bit. You know, now is a good time to say hello to all those subscribers and also hello YouTube. Hey, don't think I don't interact with YouTuber or YouTube. What do you call YouTube viewers? There we go. Hey, I upload all the VODs into my YouTube, so why not sometimes acknowledge them? Since now Twitch is an ad for 30 seconds, why not? Hi YouTube, how you're doing? There's no option for me to lick it. 15 seconds for the ad to be done. I can see it. See, I can show you. I'm not lying. Ad's done. Ooh, it's a little earlier than the ad break in progress on my end. All right. Inhale the noxious aroma. Why do I want to inhale the noxious aroma? Oh, lick. Indulge in a lick of a raw carrion. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see it. Indulge in a lick of the raw carrion. Why not just say lick it? You know, fancy words. God, I kind of want to study it first. Let's study and then I can. Yeah, investigation. Nah, I cannot resist. Karlak approves.
The meat tastes of rot and sour milk. Your stomach lurches, but your loins tingle. Was that arousal?
Hey, yo.
Rotten meat. That's what gets you going. Well, to each their own.
In amongst the rot is an
Shut the fuck up.
Sweetness. Succubus spittle. The meat is charmed.
Oh. Shut the fuck up, Astarion.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Yeah, all good. Why do you keep...
The carcass continues to leak.
Sup once more upon the flesh. You can lick it again if you want. Hey, look, I'm knee deep into this shit. Why not? I'm sure that's not gonna kill me, right? Shadowheart disapproves this time. Oh my god, the face. Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Your guts cramp, your stomach churns, and your nerves burn with a pain that would almost be pleasurable were it not so savage.
Why did Karlach approve? That's the question.
Well, that's what you get for being greedy.
Shut the fuck Shut the fuck up, Astarion. You don't need to say that shit.
The carcass continues to leak.
Do I not get to eat it anymore? Jeez. Yeah. I'm gonna get poisoned from this. Nah, I'm not about this. Let's study it. I love how Karlach just approves this, like why? Yeah, I'm not stupid. Just want to eat the bug game, come on, yeah. I don't eat it.
Fresh bite marks, an old puncture wound, and a faint pulse of something not entirely natural.
Yeah, you said the meat is charmed. Scan the meat for signs for magical interference. You said the meat is charmed. I already know this. Oh god. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. No, why do you give it 2? Yeah. No, game, why? Now you give a 4? Ooh.
There appears to be nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Sulfur, decay, and a thin whiff of something unexpectedly fragrant.
Hey, who is not stupid? INT Susan 10. Oh my god, Astarion is the least stupid of all here. Okay.
Well-chewed spider carcass oozes on the ground.
Yeah, you take a good long sniff. Give it a lick. Hey, Astarion, do you want this? Oh. Mmm.
The meat tastes of rot and sour milk. Your stomach lurches, but your loins tingle. Was that arousal?
Mmm.
Why are you looking at that dead spider coquettishly?
What is that
In
word?
amongst the rot is an unmistakable sweetness. Succubus spittle. The meat is charmed.
Yeah, the meat is charmed, right?
The carcass continues to leak.
Lick it again. Lick it again. No consequences of my actions. Lick it again. Mmm.
Your guts cramp, your stomach churns, and your nerves burn with a pain that would almost be pleasurable were it not so savage.
Honestly, what did you think was going to happen? You'd develop a taste for it?
Oh, Shadowheart, you're gonna lick it next. It means something like horny smile. Oh, coquettish. That's what it means.
How many die today? How many die tomorrow?
The carcass continues to leak.
Shadowheart, you wanna give it a try?
Well-chewed spider carcass oozes on the ground.
Hey, Shadowheart, you wanna give it a try? You wanna give it a try? It's just a lick. It doesn't hurt. I mean, you would. There, give it a try. Why am I doing this? I don't know. Mmm.
Tastes of rot and sour milk.
Ugh.
Your stomach lurches.
Oh god.
But your loins tingle. Was that arousal?
Rotten meat. That's what gets you going. Well, to each their own.
In amongst the rot is an unmistakable...
Why does Karlach has no remark over this? I want Karlach to like help them.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Make all of them lick it. Succubus spittle. A succubus is an arousal demon that feeds by seducing mortals. Oh.
The carcass continues to leak.
So this Buddha is played for succubus? Mmm. Eat, lick it, not eat it. Mmm. Delicioso. Oh,
your stomach churns and your nerves burn with a pain that would almost be pleasurable were it not so savage.
Oh god.
Well, that's what you get for being greedy.
Why does Karlach not say anything about this? Yum. Hey, Karlach, you want to give it a bite?
Well-chewed spider carcass oozes on the ground.
Yeah. Everyone succeed in Constitution. If they don't succeed in Constitution, I can assume they all got acid and poisoned.
Taste of rot and sour milk. Your stomach lurches, but your loins tingle. Was that arousal?
Rotten meat.
Oh my god.
Amongst the rot is an unmistakable...
No, Karlach has to suffer the same... Not suffer. Karlach has to go through the same thing. And Karlach is just like, free food. I don't understand what you're throwing up. It's free. Mmm. Delicious.
Cramp, your stomach churns and your nerves
Oui, oui, wonderful, magnifique. Oui, oui, magnifique.
Well, that's what you get for being greedy.
I've got a long road ahead.
Well, that was fun.
Someone there.
Oh, it's like, oh god, wait, no. Lex, it's not what it looks like. Yeah, well, it's fine. It's not what it looks like. I can explain? I think I can explain.
Carcass continues to leak.
Look. No. It's fine, Lex. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Nothing is as it seems. Oh, Bard inspiration.
Fresh bite marks, an old puncture wound, and a faint pulse of something not entirely natural.
Oh. 3, 4. Yes.
The meat is oozing, but not with blood. It's been dosed with a potion.
Also, hi Lex. Hope you're doing good.
Sulfur, decay, and a thin whiff of something unexpectedly fragrant.
Well, we.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Why am I trying to? Why am I messing with spider meat? It's not what it sounds like, Lex. I definitely did not lick the meat 8 times. It did not happen.
Anything of use?
Fake news didn't happen. I'm kinda sleepy. Been a crazy week. Ooh. Hopefully everything is going well for you. Lick the meat, ayo. They're probably totally numbed out. Don't say that. I didn't. I totally did not nom the spit. That didn't happen. Me nomming a spider? Oh, no, nah, that didn't happen. Don't worry about it. No, me nom a spooder. Oh, God. That's not right. The kobolds don't do that. Yeah. Yeah, kobolds don't do that. Hi, rats.
We outnumber you. Leave me be.
Not George. Poor George.
Don't waste a step.
Suspicious yip sounds. No, why am I? I'm not being suspicious. What do you mean? Everything is fine. Rat. The rat in this game is actually very adorable. I like them. They're like little feisty rats. I love them. Oh. Whoa. Ugh, rotten banana? Oh my god. Did you guys ever try to eat the black part of the banana? That is like vile. Is there nothing else here that I can do? Oh. Wait, what is that? Oh wait, what is where? What? Oh. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Ugh. The overripe part of a banana? Can't say I have, though I heard of a few have tried eating the peel. Peel? Well, that's a little too much. Featherfall?
Keep your distance, darling.
Feather what again? Wait, is Featherfall a thing? Who needs Featherfall? Ow. Yeah, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, oh, is it because you're a Colossus? You're a Colossus, you took 20 HP from jumping. Okay. I love this game so much. Yeah, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Why you take 11? It's fine.
Looking ahead.
Stay. No, everything is fine, look. Ooh, wait, that's too far. It feels like only Carla can get there.
For a good meal.
Yeah. Oh. Well, it's you and me.
Have a lot on my mind, and well, in it.
The mirrors here seem to not reflect light, but devour it.
Hey yo. There are some heathens who just eat bananas like apples, like, ooh, banana munch. Oh my god. How barbaric.
There's no time to waste.
Oh, glorious vaulting, maybe?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Banana tasty? Well, yeah, banana is tasty. When eaten properly, they are very tasty, I have to say that.
How delicious.
Whee!
A long way to go still.
Whee!
No one stopped me yet.
Reflections upon the Mirror of Loss. The original purpose of the sacred mirror has been lost to the ages. Some suppose that it was the result of Telamon Tarntul's attempts to delve into the Shadowfell itself. In the time before the folly of his master Casus, others claim it only became object of devotion after the fall of Netheril, when the loss-stricken survivors of the floating cities found comfort in Lady Shah's embrace. What is certain is that many of the Night Singer's faithful claim to feel some echoes of her power and majesty when in the presence of the mirror, even though it is shattered. They are often said to feel lesser once they step away from the mirror, hence the name it has become commonly known by. Our scholars continue to study it, but alas, its true nature may continue to elude us. Perhaps if Dark Lady indulges us, she shall reveal another of those holy relics for us, so that we may feel the full power of her embrace.
Let's get going.
Mine. Oh.
There was magic within this mirror once. Consuming magic. But it's shattered now.
Mine.
The mirror is shattered and beyond any use.
Is it though? It's stone to peel at the end instead of the stem. I just peel them. I don't know like which one is the... Wait, I just sort of take them down along with one single peel on the stem and then just peel the rest. Might sound like a lazy way of doing it, I don't know.
That might be worth a look.
Shah's mural.
In darkness, truth. In shadows, justice. In the Dark Lady's name. Always.
Just swallow the banana whole. I don't think my mouth is that big enough to do that. I mean, depends.
More for me.
I guess when the banana is like kind of a smaller size, I guess. I mean, there are like shops or like fruit stalls that sells them. It's like I mean, we have Belangan, we have like Indian banana or something like that. There are like different kinds of bananas out there. But Belangan so far is like the biggest one, I believe, and also the most delicious one by far. Yeah, Belangan is pretty good. I'm sure you can train your mouth to be that big. Kitty. I mean, how do I train? I don't know. Ooh. I mean, what would I want to eat at one go when I can just slowly taste it? Kumquat, yeah, kumquat gujiao is also like kind of small as well. Mm-hmm. Why am I here?
In darkness, truth. In shadows, justice. In the Dark Lady's name. Always.
Why am I here?
Blood follows me everywhere.
Eek. Oh. Wait, can you guys not? I just realized what I just said. Look, my brain is not working, okay? But everything that I just said about banana, can you guys not take that out of context? I just realized what I said. Like, maybe? Look, I really just like banana, okay? There are different kinds of bananas out there. I didn't know, okay? Can't believe it. Oh fuck.
Come on, let's go.
Nice. Yup.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
I thought you understood the comment after what I said. I guess sometimes I'm pretty dense. I actually scratch that most of the time. I can be quite dense, like I'm not even gonna lie, yeah. I cannot help it, it's just how I have no excuses, I don't know anymore. Karlak Balak Shinahar and Astarion. What's the point of being here?
Work to do.
There's more to this place, it feels like. A lot more. Oh. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. 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 Did I drink a potion? Okay, I didn't. Wee. Got him. Yum.
All right, what now?
It's okay, you're adorable.
Never a
Yeah.
dull moment.
I'll take it. Yump. Yump. Oh, thanks for the pet. I'll take the pet. And the boop. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, the pets.
At the ready.
Yep. Yeah, arrows. Yep, 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 yep. We yippin'?
Yep.
Never stop yippin'. Yep, yep. Ooh.
Yep.
Oh, you can just jump there? Yep. That's a really large vase. How? That's like 4 times my Dragonborn size. Ooh. That's kind of shiny. You better hope that the hacking library is here. Oh. More rats? Hi.
Unworthy of dark cloak. Unworthy of dark fur. Unworthy.
There's something strange about the vermin in this place. Can't put my finger on what, though.
Yup. Yup. Who? Were you trying to hit me?
This is the path of heroes. Your feet sully it.
Rats have ki like all living things, but it is not usually this frenetic or powerful.
I'm infected! For 10 turns! It's super rad. Barrier? Oh. Oh, that's the library. Oh, we found it. We found the library.
Her most sacred path.
More rats.
2 legs, too familiar.
Ah, we found it. The... what do you call this? The Booba Bridge? Is this the Booba Bridge? Silent library? So clever too. Have to be silent in the library. A stare of Booba? That's not bad. Gauntlet of Shah.
Countless initiates walked these halls once, seeking to become Dark Justiciars. I will follow in their path. I will succeed.
Sure, Shadowheart. The Gauntlet of Shah.
Nothing of value comes easy. Overcome my trials and win my embrace.
Okay, I'm not ready yet. I need to go to the library first.
I shall prove myself worthy, Lady Shah.
Her most hallowed mercy.
Hi. I'm not ready yet. I don't think I'm ready. Alright, just let me get to the silent library.
A ghoulish display. It is clear the victim suffered greatly before dying and being put on show.
Bulky door? Wait, where's the library again? Oh, here. Oh no, not this thing again. The librarian. Why are we trying to kill librarian? Not my problem. I'm just here to, like, kill things, I guess. Alright, here it comes. I love I have disadvantage and then it's 100% on hit. Disadvantage, but I hit 100%. Sure. Pew, pew. 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 Not bad, right? The damage?
Time to move.
Oh, not enough movement. Dang it.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Ooh, knock prone. Oh. I'm gonna shoot it down first, it's too far. Oh, no more silence aura. Oh, they are not silenced anymore. Oops. Whee! I'll let them engage. I'm staying behind this pillar. Target also have normal range. Oh shit. Nice. One more. All good.
Concentrate.
Ignis. Wham. And get ignised, ED. Hey you. Hello? I love how they all have teleportation. No teleport? Interesting. High ground. Alright, here it comes. Here comes the pew pew. I have crossbow master pew pew. Satu lagi. Pew. Nice.
So much for peace.
Oh, this ad break. It's okay, I'm just fighting them.
At the ready.
Hey, how you doing? Affected entity has advantage on its next melee attack roll. You're not using melee. You boom. Oh my god. 80%. Boom. That did 3 damage? How? Oh, do you have resistance? Oh yeah, living shadow. How do I make this place bright? Boom. Oh, that's bad.
I'm heating up.
Did they just kill? I think they just killed. Oh my god.
Down the hatch.
You. Damn, Karlach, what the fuck? Holy shit, Karlach. Oh my god. Karlach is OP. What if we have 4 barbarians? Oh my god. Now I kinda want to see 4 barbarians in action. I mean 4 barbarians. Who wouldn't love that?
Heading
there. The chunky heal. Obscure. Heartstopper. Boom. Sluggardly. Sluggardly? Can make an opportunity attack against its most recent attacker. That's new. Okay. Don't move. Oh god. Dang it. Of course you can do it every turn. Why am I not surprised? And she's not even using rage? Yeah, she's using heavy armor. Oh my god. Pew. Pew. We take those.
I can't even catch my breath.
Hiya. Topple. Bonk. Bong bong. Ooh. Too strong for you.
With
bong
haste.
bong.
No word.
Hi, how you doing? don't need that.
Let's finish this.
Need to... Boom! Excuse-moi? What you do? What you do? Shoot lah. You shoot point blank lah. What you do? Hey, what biang? You can always shadow step for every turn. When you play this game.
Over here.
I have crossbow master. Oh, oops, sorry, that's not it. This one. Ding.
Let's move.
The double hand crossbow on rogue. It's kind of funny, but I think it kind of works. Because I have the bonus action. Time. Oh my god, wait, it's already 5:39. I have to stop here. What's that?
A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
My bar uses dual crossbows. Yeah, just dual hand crossbow just seems kind of cool. Actually, very cool. It's just books. Mine. There's apparently a pretty big game-breaking bug with regards to dual-hand crossbows. Goodminton? Yeah, Goodminton. I have to stop here, it's almost 6. Sharpshooters -5 doesn't apply to offhand crossbow attack rolls, but the +10 never still applies. Oh! Oh no, that's... Oh no, wait, that's sad. Wait a minute. Oh no, even my dumb brain can comprehend that is actually busted broken. Harry Thieves 2 bonus action. I started to get some cracked off that. Yeah. Wait a minute. We done? Glong. Oh no, wait a minute. Nice. Where'd you get the dice? What dice? Track. Final sacrifice of the moon daughter. Uh-oh. Oh, moon daughter is not Shadowheart? Your fancy orange dice? Oh, I thought everyone has that. You change it... Wait, let me... No one disarmed it yet, right?
Seemed to work.
Yeah. Okay, there it is. Oh, I cannot. Okay, then down here you can change. I have Dragon Flame. And then up here blue. Dragon Flame. Oh, you don't have that? I just have it. I thought everyone has it. Oh, maybe because I bought it during early access, that's why I have it. I think. Probably? Scuffed metal base. game. Dragon Flame Red Digital Collector Edition. Behe Blue Digital Collector Edition bought through Steam edited. Through Steam Edit Purple Physical Collector Edition. But I have Dragon Flame.
The mirrors here seem to not reflect light, but devour it.
Yeah, it's probably just early access thing. I bought this game like once it's available for purchase, like immediately. Dragon Flames via Digital Collection Edition, no? Yeah, see, that's the thing. I didn't buy it. I did not buy Digital Collector Edition because that shit cost like 300 something. Pupu. Pupu good though. Elite Pupu. Okay, I saved. I'm pretty sure I did not. Let me check. Yeah, I don't want to show my birth date, so I'm hiding it for a little bit. There we go. Baldur. In library? I have this. Yo, how the fuck? Free, let's go. Early access free upgrade? Most likely. Section ability to listen to. Listen to many social tree of the pick up the pen and play D&D as one of your origin characters. The handy printable pre-made character sheet. Oh, this we check the product received for free. You receive for free. What do you mean drop 10 on this? Yeah, it's probably early access free upgrade. I did not buy this. Like I can assure you 200% I did not spend an extra money to buy DLC content for a game that I mean I think the most DLC that I bought would be Tekken. Like Tekken 7 I bought 4 season passes. Each of them cost like 100 something. So yeah, probably only Tekken I'll buy all of DLC just because I'm like a Tekken fanboy and not Monster Hunter Rise. Monster Hunter Rise has too many. I only buy a few that has like Malzeno in them. E.g. like not all of them has, you know, not all of them has dragons in there. So yeah, why buy everything? Also want to listen to this one again. Hi Sir Kaito. There's a similar game called Solasta if you've not played it. It's currently on sale now, 60% off. I think I've seen Cobalt Sprig played it before. But the Dragonborn looks jank, no? Solasta. Crown of the Magister? So I hope you're doing it, Sir Kaito. Oh, you're right. It's only... Oh my god, it's only 22 ringgit. Well, 23. Oh, that's a lot of DLC. The complete edition costs 110. Ah, so many DLC, man. Yeah, so it is something like... Yes, Stratagems game. XCOM, Divinity, Baldur's Gate, those kind of style game, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of DLC. Sorry I had to AFK. Oh, Sammy, it's okay. Don't be sorry. Look, real life happens, stuff happens. It's totally fine, no worries. At least I caught you at the end. Yee! I'm still trying to find the right target. Haven't found one yet. Need to be quick because it's like almost 6. Tikakatin? Tika. Another kobold. Oh, remember the kobold that I rated before? That's like drawing art. Really good art, by the way. I kinda want to rate them again. It's good. Oh my god, Lex. Oh my god. The takeoff, but it was super fun hanging out with you. It's super fun to have you around too, Sammy. Thank you. Be safe. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I mean, I found a raid target. I'm gonna raid as well. Yeah, I'm gonna raid another kobold. I'm gonna raid Tika Katin. Bye-bye, Vincent. Let me summon Bernie real quick. I'm just gonna summon Bernie and pluck real quick and then just like raid. No damn, I have to be fast.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Oh, thanks, Lex. Also, Discord, yeah, thank you. Compatible? Oh yeah, I actually forgot about compatible. How could I? We're gonna rate a fellow kobold shiny? Sure. I'm doing it. Thank you for all those commands, Lex. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna type in the rate to Tika Katin real quick.
Hey Chad, did you know that in terms of kobold and
When
dragon
I hear
relations,
hey Chad, I know what's going
Tylra
on.
is the most compatible kobold
Hey
for
Chad,
dragons.
oh god.
It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yeah,
It's okay,
yeah.
I
I
type
mean,
into it.
you can do a lot of things with those horns.
Yeah.
I mean, they're long.
They're
it looks like
long.
they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You can
They
do a lot
probably
of
are.
things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle chain. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
They could hold my horns. What? A dragon could... Yeah, Okay, lah. I type in the rate, so tomorrow... I'm gonna try to like... Well, finish Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know how long is it gonna take for me to finish Baldur's Gate 3, but... Yeah, I'm gonna be playing Baldur's Gate 3 until I finish it, so... It's probably gonna take a while. Horn be happy. Happy horn. Horn happy. Curved horn. Alright, I gotta rate the Kakatin now. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. Right. Know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Right. Very valuable. Love you all. Okay. Here comes the raid to Tikakatin. Boom. Hope I didn't mess up the name. Okay, I did. Good. Yep. We yippin'. Here, I'll join the yip. Oh wait, this it's the wrong one. It's getting blocked. Okay, I didn't know.
Yep.
I have infinite points.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Yep. Yep. Yep. Yep. Yep. Yep. Yep. Yep. We yippin', yippin', yip.
Yip.
Yeah, yip.
Yip.
Time to let out our let out all of our inner kobolds. Inner kobolds. Yep.
Yep.
Oh. Yep. I'm gonna yip. We're gonna yip.
Yep.
We're never gonna stop yipping.
Yep.
Yip.
Yep.
Yip. There's so much yip. I mean, is there so much? Is there too much yip though? I don't think it's possible to have too much yip. Oh no, stinky! Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be safe, everyone. Love y'all. Bye bye. Be safe. Bye bye. Much love.
Yep.
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 Yep.